This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Norma Obona and it's a pleasure to have you with us. We have got a packed show lined up today, but first, let's see what's making the top stories today. NLC declares nationwide protest over telecom tariff hike. CBN clears outstanding $7 billion FX backlog. APC expels Aregbesola over anti-party activities. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger exit as regional bloc maintains trade travel ties. Napoli turned down Galatasaray's €65 million bid for Victor Osimhen. To begin the news, the Nigerian Labour Congress has declared a nationwide protest over the recent hike in telecommunication tariffs. The protest is scheduled to take place on Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. This was stated in a communique issued after the National Administrative Council meeting of the NLC on Wednesday. The federal government approved a 50% increase after telecom operators initially requested a 100% hike. In response, the union called on Nigerians to prepare for a nationwide boycott of telecommunication services in protest against the increase. However, after an emergency meeting on Wednesday, NLC President Joe Ajero said the council rejected the 50% hike. He described the increase as insensitive, unjustifiable, and a direct assault on Nigerian workers and their general populace, who are already burdened by worsening hardship. Moving on, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Oleyemi Cardoso, announced that the federal government has declared the outstanding $7 billion foreign exchange following a successful verification exercise by forensic auditors. Cardoso disclosed this at a launch of Nigeria's regulatory policy framework in Abuja. He explained that they were optimistic the clearance of the $7 billion backlog would ease off the bottlenecks associated with repatriation of funds by businesses, multinationals, and foreign investors. According to CBN Governor, the outstanding forex clearance took far longer than the earlier anticipated. Still on, the All Progressive Congress has expelled the former Minister of Interior and ex-Osun State Governor, Rauf Aregbesola, over alleged anti-party activities. Aregbesola, who led Osun State for 2 terms, had spearheaded a faction within the APC known as the Osun Progressives, which was later rebranded as Omo Laobi Caucus. The letter from the APC leadership, seen by newsmen on Wednesday, officially confirmed Aregbesola's expulsion. The former minister's expulsion followed a Sunday meeting of the Omoloabi Caucus, presided over by Aregbesola, where the group announced its decision to exit the APC, citing the party's warning influence in Osun. To end the local news, the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, has announced that the federal government is prepared to receive Nigerians deported from the United States. Abdul Rahman Balogun, the Director of Media and Corporate Affairs of the Commission, said that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was in charge of such developments. Balogun said that the federal government had already set up an interagency committee to handle the matter should Nigerians be deported from the U.S. However, NIDCOM's spokesperson stressed that its commission was not aware of Nigerians in America being processed for deportation. BusinessDay had reported that about 3,690 Nigerians living in the United States might be sent back home as President Trump launched a new push against illegal immigrants. On the foreign scene, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have officially cut ties with the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, marking a historic rupture in regional cooperation. However, ECOWAS has implemented temporary measures to ensure continued trade and free movement for citizens of the departing nations, preventing immediate disruptions to businesses and individuals. Despite their withdrawal, ECOWAS has confirmed that passports and national IDs bearing its logo will remain valid to travel within member states. It also agreed that goods and services from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger will continue to enjoy benefits under the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme, allowing them access to regional markets without tariffs or restrictions. Also, Safa El Tayyib El Kogali, the country director for the World Bank Group in the Gulf Cooperation Council, has called on industry stakeholders, regulators, and policymakers to collaborate in addressing the 300 million job disparities facing the youth globally. This call was made at the Global Labor Markets Conference in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, on Wednesday. According to the World Bank official, over 400 million people are willing to work but remain unemployed with large disparities. She stressed that the projected deficit represents not just a number, but a potential crisis with far-reaching social and economic consequences. Now to sports. Napoli has reportedly rejected a 65 million euro bid from Galatasaray for Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen. According to Corridello Sports, the Turkish giants offered a substantial sum for a permanent transfer, but Napoli president Aurelio De Solantres declined, preferring to wait until the summer transfer window. Galatasaray's bid falls to 10 million euros short of Osimhen's 75 million euros the release clause, which is valid for the January window. While the Turkish club attempted to negotiate a lower fee, Napoli remained firm on their valuation, knowing that from June onwards, the 75 million euro clause would apply to all interested clubs. At 26, Osimhen remains one of the most sought-after strikers in European football. Napoli has previously set his release clause at 130 million euros, but reduced it last summer when he signed a new deal before joining Galatasaray on loan. To end the news, Atalanta is considering Napoli's Giacomo Rapasodri and Monza's Daniel Maldini as potential replacements for Adedamola Lookman, who has been sidelined for 4 weeks with a right knee injury. The Nigerian forward, a key figure in Gianpiero Gasperini's system, will miss crucial fixtures in both Serie A and the Champions League, prompting Atlanta to explore reinforcements. According to Gianluca Di Marzero, Rapadori, and Maladini have emerged as top targets. Both players possess the versatility and technical ability which align with Gasperini attacking philosophy. Raspadori, a 24-year-old Italian international, is a dynamic forward capable of playing across multiple attacking positions. With the January transfer window nearing its conclusion, Atalanta's decision will depend on negotiations and player availability. Thanks for joining the BDTV Breakfast Show. Stay with us as we bring you the top story analysis.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa and this is the top story analysis here on the show. And I've got here with me in the studio Mr. Mohammed Akonji. It's always a pleasure having you in the studio with us.
Thank you very much, and the pleasure is all mine to be here. Thank you very much for having me. How are you?
Okay.
And, thank you very much for having me. It's really a pleasure.
How are you?
Oh, good. I'm good. You know, over the night, a lot of things have happened. Maybe just we'll talk about it. The Champions League was a firecracker yesterday for those of us who are football lovers. I'm not really sure. You know, we're expecting some shocking results with the way it pans out. So the new Champions League format started this season. They call it a Swiss model. It's not like, you know, like the group system where you put teams in groups. So they just be able to have like a 36, like a league format. So you have 36 teams. So the first 8 teams will qualify automatically. Then there will be the playoffs. So there are potentials of teams to get eliminated. You know, big leagues like Madrid. I'm sure you've heard about your team, Real Madrid, Manchester City. So yesterday was a make or mar for them. You know, and then so it was really, really on the precipice. We were on the edge yesterday, you know, until the 90 minutes. So all the games, all the 18 games took place simultaneously. Do you understand? So it was really a very big hassle to be following up and what is going on, you know, simultaneously at the same time. But at least we're able to get a clear picture of the Champions League now, and that happened. The waking up this morning was the story that I was just, I think I was discussing with Modi and yourself about the incident that happened in Washington this morning. You know, passenger aircraft, 64 passenger aircraft that collided mid-air with the American helicopter. For now, you know, so I think the airplane, we're told, okay, by CBS and then BBC reported that so the clash happened maybe because of lack of communication. The passenger plane, you know, crashed into the Potomac River, very, very cold river at this point in time. But rescue effort is still ongoing, and then I think it's happened around 2-3 a.m. our time here, about 11 p.m. or thereabouts, 9 p.m. Their time. But it's still an unfolding story. And then the issue there is if that kind of thing could happen in the mid-air, you know, let's just say 2 planes, it's just as if you have 2 buses just crashed, colliding, you know. So it's very, very rare to have such an occurrence, you know. But hearing that happened in the US this morning. And then more importantly as well, so I think I followed up yesterday, was the confirmation of Robert Frederick Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., who was supposed to be confirmed as the Secretary of Health, one of the Donald Trump's nominee for, just like the Ministry of Health here, for the secretary over there. So yesterday was a serious expertise. There was a serious good bat between the Senate and himself, you know, because he was part of the anti-vaxxers, never believed in vaccines. He has his own position on abortion. So it was really, really give and take, back and forth between himself. We don't know today whether he has been confirmed or not, but you see a man doubling down on his position, doubling down on his beliefs, you know, still believe COVID was just like part of the conspiracy theory. Abortion should not just be able to be allowed to just be able to be. So he's a pro-life, you know, rather than pro-choice. And he was there yesterday, doubling down on his positions and trying to be able to explain. I watched the hearing, confirmation hearing yesterday, and he appears to be a man that's actually in focal point of what he wanted to do when he becomes the minister, we call it, or the secretary, let's call it in the US. Maybe those of us that followed up on, you know, good things yesterday and this morning. So I think they're going to be able to make my day anyway. So let's start with the Champions League.
That story. I think that's
League.
Champions League.
Okay.
I think that's. Let me not focus on that, but you know the collision that happened in the United States. I just really hope that there are not many casualties. I do hope, if possible,
when
no
things like that happen,
casualties.
how often?
It's
So
really
one of them is
tragic.
64. The passenger airplane
Yeah.
is 64 people on board. The military helicopter is about, I think, 8 people. So for now, I'm sure the rescue effort is still ongoing. But when things like that happen, it's only by the grace of God.
Yeah,
You understand? I know.
everyone
At least it's good to be
crashing
hopeful.
into a deep sea.
Deep sea. I'm talking about the
it's going to
Potomac
be-
River. That's where it plunged into.
It's going
And,
to be a streak, like a major streak of luck
to have
actually
survivors.
have survivors. But I'm
survivors.
truly praying that
Hopefully,
we
I swear.
have
And I join you in that
survivors
as well. With that hope.
yeah, on that. But let's go straight to what we have on the top stories today. The first story that we'll be talking about this morning: the NLC declares nationwide protest over telecom tariff hike. Like, I saw this coming. Did you?
Okay, I saw it coming, but some people are feeling like maybe it's not needed. February 4, that's next week Monday, it will be a very serious showdown, protest rally, and to be able to. And then the other thing I think shocked me in their remark is the fact that they're going to boycott telecom services. I don't know how that will work. So they had at the National Administrative Council of NLC yesterday. They had the meeting, and that was where the agreement was reached that they will first of all picket NCC. Very likely they were going to picket NCC in Abuja, and they selected ones, including the one in Lagos, on that Monday. Then before they were down tools, that all workers should down tools and then be outside. So the picket demonstrates in front of those buildings, and and we have some other civil society organizations who have lent their voice, to be able to show their support behind NLC about that this is actually needed. So maybe I didn't, but what shocked me the most, two things, in their community, if you I'm sure you'll be able to read that in the news, and I was listening to that, is they are saying status quo should return. We should be able to go back. Not as in no, there should be no tariff hike whatsoever, zero tariff hike. And I don't think at this point in time in our material life, with the current economic situations, with the current cost of production and things, maybe that might actually be going too far on their own part to say we should be able to revert back to the status quo and the original tariff that we are paying should still be able to remain in vogue. But we should also remember that before the federal government agreed, maybe the 50% might actually be too over the top. People are saying that the Association of National Subscribers who went to court, they have gone to court yesterday. So the subscribers themselves have like an association. I'm not sure whether you belong to that, whether you know about them, but was at least I'm a subscriber as well. But they went to court on our behalf. They were even saying 10% increase instead of the 50%. But so when we look at the timeline, instead of a milestone, the telecom operators were demanding 100%. Remember, that was what they are demanding. Then maybe as a result of discussions, consultations and engagement with government representatives and some other units, they came down to 50%. But even at that 50%, we all know how much you're going to be paying for calls now. Voice calls, how much you'll be paying for data, how they've actually been able to balloon as a result of that. So Labour is actually saying not what is expected at this point in time, try to be able to burden already strained Nigerians, the Nigerian populace and the workers. So it's giving us something by one hand, a good gift to give us 70,000 minimum wage, and then you're trying to be able to collect it back, So Labour has a ground. Maybe, so what I'm saying is definitely, even Nigerians, I'm sure yourself, myself, at our respective corridors have actually been saying what's going to happen by 1st of February. It's still going to start on the 1st of February this Saturday. That's actually the proposition. So the new tariff thing should to go into effect. Thank you very much. So that is one part. The second part, Labour is actually coming up with, they said is okay from the angle of the angles of the providers, telecom providers. The association actually saying, okay, why should Labour be doing that at this point in time? When the price of onions, the price of bread, the cost of production are going on in the market, why did they not do the same? Maybe they might be wrong, because I think they did when the price of petrol went up. Labour protested, the terror picket before the intervention of the federal government, and then they shelved the protest rally that they had then. That was last year, or 2 years ago. That was 2023. Sorry, that they had that. But ever since then, there's been discussions, engagement with government. So February 4 is going to come around, and we'll see what is, because this will be nationwide. So I think organizations like CISLAC, NCSCN, these are civil society organizations as well, who have agreed to be able to join them you know, in the picketing, and in fact that they believe that they even instigated NLC to be able to go on these strikes. They are doubling down. When I say doubling down, the providers, the network providers are doubling down that it is the increment or nothing. I think there should be a middle ground. What I mean by the middle ground is, I don't, at this point in time, it is not possible to be able to revert back to status quo, you know, go back to zero, no increment, nothing, no increment at all, even 5%, 10%, which labor is demanding. Then the 50%. The reality is there. I think I was listening to Mr. Toviola at the FTN. I was talking about how much it actually cost to be able to power in the last 5 years. And given the last time we did this last tariff increment that they had, that it is really, really affecting the operating expenses and the operational capabilities being affected. So maybe what the subscribers are saying, 10% or thereabouts. Whether as far as increase is concerned, I don't think we have any say over that. That would definitely be able to come to play. How much it will now be is what the discussions should be. So the hearing is today, as I said. Maybe they'll be like, okay, status quo should remain. The subscribers have gone to court to request for court intervention to say maybe they put a status quo on it and let the parties come around and then see whether they can be able to discuss it out and reach a middle ground. So because the president of that association of the subscribers, Mr. Kolawole, was saying something about, yeah, discussion was ongoing before, only for them to hear from the Ministry of Telecommunication and Digital Economy of the increment. We're having discussions, you know, between, it's a tripartite discussion, the government, the providers, and the users themselves. But for them to just be able to come out suddenly and then impose the 50%, they just started hearing about it on the pages of newspaper, that has been increased and this has actually been done. So we saw their communique yesterday, and as affiliated bodies under labor have all agreed that there will be a picketing, a protest on picketing of National Communication Commissions, you know, their offices in selected, I mean, across the federation, but that's what the members, and that there will be rallies, you know, mass movement across, and that workers should down tools. Maybe that will be the first step before, if that did not yield any fruit, we all know what is the final tool in their weaponry, which is industrial actions. Maybe strike will actually be the case. Maybe if we did that at this point in time, I still doubt that. So discussions have to be able to come around. And let's see what the subscribers will come up in court with today. Maybe they at least get a favorable injunction from the court, ordering the government and the regulators and the providers to hold their fires. Can be able to use that word. Can be able to hold their proposed hike at this point in time. But I'm sure what's going to happen. February 1 is Saturday. Is a Friday, right? Today is 30th. Okay, that's Saturday.
I think that's a Saturday.
Okay. So it's going to take effect on Saturday. I don't know what you're going to do. What are you going to do now? Will you buy your credits today or tomorrow? Or buy all? Because I'm talking about data, the subscriptions are going to do. How it's going to be able to affect that.
Let's talk about finding funds first to think about buying
that is really true.
So
to even buy at the existing price, right?
Can imagine. But let's move on now to the Central Bank of Nigeria. Olayemi Cardoso has announced that the federal government has cleared the outstanding $7 billion foreign exchange following a successful verification exercise by forensic auditors, and this is something he disclosed. He disclosed this at the launch of Nigeria's regulatory policy framework in Abuja.
Yes, on Wednesday yesterday.
Firstly, I think it's good news that we are talking about clearing a backlog or clearing, outstanding,
claims.
Foreign exchange, all of that. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think it's actually been, but we should remember a little bit of a background. The amount was $21 billion when they came in 2023. That was unclaimed, unclaimed foreign exchange, obligations, foreign exchange obligations by the CBN. So because the idea there, so in finance term, we call it forward contract. For example, Miss Liz wanted to be able to import a good in June this year, and you are afraid you don't know what the exchange rate will be. So central bank had that agreement called forward contract where you can pay your money down now. So the time when you need at the current exchange rate. So by the time it is June, when you want to import your goods, you can go to the central bank and get the dollars. So that is what the obligations are all about. And then you have foreigners who are operating, multinationals that are also operating here, who are trading in Naira, we need to get it converted to dollars to repatriate their funds back to their home country. I think so. That is what actually be able to account for the verified one. So remember, they are verified. As I said, it's 21 billion. 7 billion of it has actually been cleared last year. The CBN governor kept insisting on that. Some of them, they're having issues as to the truism, right? Are they true? Is it true? Is it not? You understand, as to whether those people have legal claim to those things that they're actually asking the central bank for. So, but the essence of this, the purpose of this is one, is going to be able to allow for liquidity in the system. Remember, it's going to be able to entrench transparency and prudency in the system. That's what actually the central bank is trying to be able to achieve with this. It was actually, maybe it took a bit of a time, because I think this $7 billion, if you're mentioning this now, there was a time you mentioned that towards last year. And we're expecting that it would have gone to $11 billion at the end of last year in terms of unclaimed obligations, foreign exchange unclaimed obligations by businesses, multinationals, as well as investors as well, right? Who have had one business or the other, and then the central bank to be able to give them these dollars, because that is actually the de facto institution that is expected to be able to make dollars available based on how our foreign exchange earnings are actually there. So it is believed that this initiative by the central bank, even as I said, is 7 billion to 21 billion, right? So a lot, that's about just 30% of what is there. Even though he claimed that a larger chunk of the 21 billion are illegal claims, we'll still be able to, but they are still going on to be able to make that. But by doing that, remember, the idea is you create liquidity in the system, you make dollars available. That allows the stability of the value of the naira against the dollars. At the same time, that tends to be store confidence, right? It is still confidence. And then businesses that are maybe trying to be able to exit could have some relaxation and to say some trust and confidence in the system.
Trust, yes.
That yes. So if I have these transactions, if I have this agreement, these can actually be sorted out in record in no time. But we know the challenge that we had with the past CBN governor, the ways and means, what that has generated, the currency redenomination, the redesign that happened there. So it has taken a whole hit on the economy, as we all know. So the unclaimed, the backlogs of those things must need to be done anyway, as I said, because we are expecting it to be able to go down to $11 billion as of last year. And the CBN governor is still claiming that it's only 7 billion that they have actually been able to verified claims that they have been able to sort out. So remember, I also mentioned that we have unverified ones, right? According to him, they have unverified ones, and they are the final stages of separating what qualified to be a fully verified ones and those that are actually illegal, and that they'll be paying out those money that have been verified by the forensic auditors. So it takes so long, right? And a lot of hits has actually been able to happen to the system. Today we're talking about naira is undervalued. The naira, okay, at least maybe it has been a bit stable in the last 30-45 days. Some level of stability has actually been able to appear to the dollars. But the rate of 1,005 and 1,006 is still not the official rate of the naira. Naira still appears undervalued at that rate. I mean, people are saying, should it be about 1,150? Should it be 1,500 the government is talking about? But we know that the value has moderated around 1,006, 1,650. Whenever I tell you get to 1,007, something just be able to happen to the market and try to be able to maybe, let's say, force it down or push it down further. But I think we've actually been able to experience that in the market dynamics in the last 1 month. So this is actually a good thing on part of the central bank. But as I said, don't forget, this is 7 billion out of 21 billion. There could be legal claims. We have some people who have no valid reasons. But at least the central bank needs to do some separation, right? Give us the clear separations, those that are legal, right? That have actually been able to conduct transparent legal business here, and are able to contribute those money into central bank, right? I think something needed to be done about them. So, and I think it's affecting the business climate. I think we have maybe able to mention that, because if some of this money, remember, they've been on since 2021, that they just got paid today. Some of these, remember, it's a forward contract. So some of those multinationals transact in naira, for example. You're an airline. You expect Etihad airline, for Emirates airline. Okay, maybe sorry for using maybe Emirates airline or any airline. You transact here. And I feel like maybe just be able to mention doing maybe our director maybe there's maybe sanctioned for maybe doing free advert for them. But
Yes,
I say yes. So you
just
transact here,
any
people buy in naira, you understand, and then you put the money back in the central bank. You expected the central bank to be able to give you back in dollars, but because of dollar liquidity, that's what caused all this shortage. So they do it in naira. When they're repatriating money, for example, back to Dubai or UAE, where they come from, it's supposed to be in dollars, right? So some of them have actually been having those backlogs, right, of businesses, foreign exchange claims, obligations that the central bank is supposed to be able to give to them, and they've not been able to hit that. 2021, 2020, 2023, before he came on board in 2023 and started claiming and started settling some of those obligations back to some of these players. So it has affected a lot of them. And as at the last count, we're thinking about 19 of those companies have exited because of this. So it affected the system. It has, be able to batter the system in a way that most needed to be done, right? Even though it was actually appealing to them yesterday and that regulatory policy framework. That policy framework, I think I should be able to mention something about that in Abuja yesterday, is just as well to be able to streamline this foreign exchange market as well. That was actually the purpose of that, where he made these announcements. I know he made the announcement because $7 billion has been made since 2024. He was trying to be able to mention, okay, they need to be able to stabilize the value of the naira, restore the glory days of the naira, and then see how we can be able to give naira some fighting chance, right? I can use the word against the dollar, right, as much as possible. I think that has been there.
Let's just move away from the
finance matters.
And let's talk a little bit of politics now. Drama, brouhaha,
oh God,
APC space. So
in fact,
All Progressives Congress has expelled former Minister of Interior and ex-Osun State Governor
Aribeshola
over alleged anti-party activities. Now, this is not the first time we're going to see things like this happening. Of course,
it's good. All parties is a party. Is a usual DNA. Is a DNA.
Things like anti-party activities, it makes you wonder
what constitutes that.
What are these things? But let me just give a little bit of a background. So Aribeshola, who happens to have led the Osun State for 2 terms
as a governor,
spearheaded, of course, a faction within the APC known as the Osun
Progressives,
which was later rebranded as the Omoluabi Caucus. But now, a letter from the APC leadership seen by newsmen on Wednesday, which was yesterday, officially confirmed that Aribeshola
has been expelled.
Has confirmed his expulsion
from the party.
Of course, his expulsion followed the Sunday meeting of the Omoluabi, the same caucus, presided over by Aribeshola, where the group announced its decision to exit
the party,
the APC, citing the party's winning influence in Osun. But you know what? I'm actually very curious about what these anti-party activities
constitute. What
because every time we just see this anti-party activities, it just seems to me like a very. It just seems to me like very
what? What bandied around or just usual cliche?
To describe.
Okay, what you're thinking?
I can't remember, but it'll probably come later. But firstly, let me hear your thoughts on what you think about Aribeshola being, expelled from the APC.
In fact, because I think we're going to go down in the papers. Wellness, okay. Because just a little bit of a back. In fact, I'm sure if you see the video that was trending yesterday in PDP, where the BOT member, these are old men, showing blows at themselves in Enugu. That is, you can see the nature of the party, the crisis. Maybe in Zoom papers, we're going to talk about that. Hopefully, maybe we're going to look at our papers because I think I saw that in page today, exactly. So, but the video was trending yesterday where you're talking about BOT members. These are the board of trustees. So, in the party hierarchy, you have the BOT. They're like the advisory member, which is like a board. You now have the National Executive Council, the National Working Committee. So the issue we spoke about here, I think on Monday, on Tuesday, sorry, about, I'll come back to APC, I'm just trying to give a background, about 2 national secretaries, 2 people are laying claims to the same office. So I am the one of them there, of course, was the original national secretary, but he went to contest for the governorship position in Imo State. So I think in the process, it's more or less like say it was that's Mr. Anwaya. He went to contest. So when he lost the election, he felt like he can come back. Then the Southeast Caucus of PDP appointed another person. Both of them are from, the other one is from Enugu, the other one is from Imo State. So the 2 of them have been laying claims. They've been going to court every now and then. And that's one issue in itself. APC, Aribeshola's case, there have been a lot of issues between him and Jagaban, the president, Tinubu. most people can use the Jagaban on here. Of course, maybe. But there have been those issues. They've actually been a very, very strong ally. But ever since that fallout in Osun State, in the 2020 election, 2023 election, 2020 initially, that brought in Oyetola, who is the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy at the moment. They've had their fallout. The man has actually been one leg in, one leg out in the party. I'm talking about Arigbeshola, has been that. At the 2023 election, we saw that he threw his weight behind the PDP, even though he claimed to be just like what Wike is doing, and then he did support the candidates of the second term of Mr. Boyega Adetola. And as a result of that, people believe that he was actually compensated for the ministerial position because of the losses suffered to the dancing governor, as we used to be able to call him in Osun State. So on Sunday, the caucus, Omolabi caucus, as you rightly read there, came out to say because of the winning influence of the party in the state, they are going to jump ship. And I want to come back to your question, where they're going to go to. The APC Osun State, of course, released that statement on Monday that in fact they have been out for a very long time. Exactly, and they've been in the PDP, according to them, that they've actually been fraternizing with the current governor of the state. So it's not new to them to declare that they actually live in the APC, that they have been there. Officially from them, they didn't mention where they are going. Then before the National Secretariat yesterday released the letter that newsmen started citing about his expulsion and about the sack of Arigbeshola himself, who led that caucus and take away his members away from Osun State. So I know there will be a lot of political dynamics, political permutations. The calculus of politics will definitely be able to be changing between now and 2027. I told you about PDP now. Labour Party too is also having their own kettle of fish. NNPP is having its own. They were back and forth over will there be coalitions, will there not be coalitions. So we know Osun State election is coming up next year. Governorship election. I think he will actually be finishing his first term. I'm talking about the current governor there. So it is really, really a ploy, right, towards the 2026 election in Osun State. So that is actually going on. And by now, you expect politicians to be closing ranks, jumping ship, cross-carpeting.
Speaking of jumping ship and permutations and all of that, where do you see Rauf Arigbeshola? Do you see him moving perhaps to the PDP? Because I'm seeing something in that light. I might not be correct, but do you see him,
moving defecting to PDP?
Because I see like interesting trends going on right now from the
APC. So because they say in politics, they say there's one thing, and there's a very popular cliche in politics that there is no permanent friend, no permanent enemy. The only thing that is permanent there is interest. Is interest. That's what they will tell you.
It's life.
Okay, those said there's no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, but the only thing is interest. So if your interest is no longer being massaged and advanced in party A, there's a tendency you move to party B, no doubt. But they are claiming they are not moving there. That is one that, because this system, Arigbeshola, was very, very strong during Buhari's administration. Like you said, he was a former Minister of Interior, a two-time Minister of Interior, a two-time governor of the state itself, under that same platform. APC initially was under AC that he came in, and then could it be PDP will move to, because PDP itself looks like a party that is rocked with a lot of crisis right now. I told you about the milestones.
That's what I said at the start.
People are saying maybe it's APC that is stable, but I'm not even sure. A lot of brouhahas going on, a lot of internal strife and squabbles. But it is part of the politics. I remember I was listening to Mr. Dogara, former speaker. That was on Monday when I was at home, and I was saying politicians are to play politics. So part of the playing politics, exactly, is all these, dynamics that you see. It's very true. So everybody wanted to be able to. It's the interest itself. So when you look at my interest longer aligned here, where can it be? Okay, I have my own people. What can we do? It's a game of number, remember, and it is where you can be able to get the numbers, and you can be able to advance your influence and your interest. So the PPC would be happy that let all these parties be disintegrated, let them crumble. They will be doing everything possible to ensure that let us infiltrate this party to ensure that they are not that strong. 2027 is just 2 years around, remember. So I know there are a lot of rank closing, a lot of midnight meetings that they've been having. A lot of, you see, we just saw NSL fight 2 days ago. This is a very staunch APC man who was actually with Atiku and Peter Obi, and they were talking about the need for the opposition to be able to stand up. We saw Atiku saying APC is paying each party 50 million naira to allow them to disintegrate. Atiku made that allegation too at that conference on Tuesday about, Tinubu and APC, they are paying people 50 million naira, blah, blah, blah. So I know it's going to happen. We'll see those dynamics that they are trying to become a one-party state. Because remember, there is a goal of every politician. The goal of every party is to be able to win the election. And politicians will leave no stone unturned to ensure they achieve that.
I know whatever the case is, I'm sure Mr. Rauf Arabushola will be fine.
Days ahead.
He'll be fine.
And days ahead, we'll know what he's going to do.
Right. So, but that's how much we can take on the top story analysis this morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, for sharing your insight with us this morning. We'll be back soon for the front paper review. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up, they've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them, but I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finished, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth, and now we are on to the front page review on the show here. And I still have here with me Mr. Mohammed Akonji, who will be taking us through the front pages. We have the first paper today. The big story on the Punch newspaper says PDP governors plan summit as leaders exchange blows at BOT meeting. And then the writer goes on to say the party restrains warring factional secretaries from performing duties as APC mocks opposition party. And this just goes, on to add to what we were talking about earlier about the brouhaha and the drama strife in all of the parties. But let's look at some of the other stories that we have on the front pages. On the top right-hand side here, it says tariff hike, Labour plans telecoms boycott, and February 4 protest. Again, we see injunctive orders against Ogbagbena, GHL, others stay, First Bank Council. This is very tricky. I wouldn't even want to touch on that. Now this says expulsion, NNPP woos Aregbesola.
Want to go to now, baby?
So maybe this is it, because I was saying PDP. It says APC disowns Oyetola's governorship posters, I believe. And then this one is Max Air. It says federal government suspends airlines, plans to audit others. Again, we see on the bottom left-hand side, it says JAM suspends law admission in Kwasu, Redeemers Varsity, and 6 others. That's Redeemers University. I wonder why that's happening. I just wonder why. Now, police kill 5 kidnappers and recover 5.2 million naira in Ogun State. Gani Adams fought sultans backing for Sharia in Southwest. Now, this goes on from the conversation we're having on Tuesday about
the Sharia
the Sharia committee and all of that. And then I know you had mentioned to me that according to the constitution that
the Sharia law itself is actually just like I said. So the Sharia law is provided for in 1999 constitution, but this is a Sharia arbitration panel that they felt the customary court and magistrate court. So the Muslims in the Southwest, have insisted that when it actually be able to come to basic civil matters, marriage, dispute, family disputes, and things like that, should be settled. So I think the confusion is still, is it Sharia law you're still talking about, or the court itself? Because like Gani Adams, who is actually be able to fire back at the Sultan. But the Sultan was actually able to make it clear that what is being set up, what is actually coming on board is a Sharia recommendation committee or such Sharia arbitration committee or something like that. Is what, so it's which is actually in pocket of states, right? As it is actually there in the Northern Penal Code. So Northern Penal Code allow for that particular Sharia provision. So I think they've been having that back and forth as well, But the fact that you're able to so it is people, the litigant themselves, who have the right to take themselves to those courts. You understand? So,
I don't want us to focus on that one now. Let's start with the big story that we have on the Punch newspaper. The Punch newspaper, the big story: PDP governors plan summit as leaders exchange blows at BOT meeting. Now, the party restrains warring factional secretaries from performing duties, and APC mocks opposition party. Now, firstly, what's this summit?
Oh my God. So No, it's usual. I think it's tomorrow in the altar in Asaba. But the question is, maybe I will show you the video and you see the way they were exchanging blows. Supporters.
Really? Truly?
Yes.
Physical?
Yesterday, physical. They went exchanging blows. After supporters anyway, and some BOT members as well. These are like led by Adolphus Wabara. Adolphus Wabara is the chairman of the BOT. So as I said, the BOT, just like the board. So picture what the board will do in every organizational settings in the same way as it applies to party structure. So I think on Tuesday we read that here, that there was a planned reconciliation meeting in Enugu yesterday, targeted directly at the Southeast, where the national chairman was on accord for that, called for the reconciliation meeting, and the national secretary, Debo Ologunagba, if you remember, said he was not aware of any meeting that is going to hold. I think we're talking about that on Tuesday. So it was, I think that was exactly the battleground, what transpired when the meeting eventually was about to start, you know. So I told you about the timeline of this. Of course, the whole thing started in 2023 during the national convention of the party, where the presidential candidate of the party was to be elected. You know, we had the case of Atiku, Wike then, and some other, you know, notable political bigwigs who threw their hats in the ring to contest. So the fallout of that has divided the party along two factions. So we have the national chairman of the party right now, acting national chairman. His name is Umar Damagum, who a lot of people believe is loyal to Wike. Loyal to Wike. We have some other executive council. He's supposed to be he's the leader of the executive committee, remember. There are some members of the executive committee who are loyal to the governor of Bauchi State. His name is Bala Osman. Bala Mohammed, sorry. Bala Osman, Bala Mohammed.
Bala Mohammed, okay.
So he's the present governor of Bauchi State and he's the chairman PDP Governors Forum as well. So there have been those back and forth. You know, Bala Mohammed has fired several shots at Wike. Said, if you don't want to be in PDP, how can you actually be in PDP and be APC at the same time? Tell us, if you want to be APC, just go there and be in APC. Wike is actually telling them, you guys cannot do anything to me, right? I'm still a member of this party. Dogara came and said, oh, has he forgotten 2024 election in Bauchi? Wike financed his primary election. You know, that was, so Dogara was a former speaker, Yakubu Dogara, was on TV on Monday to fire back at Bala Mohammed. That maybe he's actually the one that is a sheep in wolf's clothing because he collected Wike's money in, you know, during the 2024 primary election, and Wike bankrolled him, you know, into that position. So they've been having that fight. Then before the issue of the secretariat, the national secretariat, where who is the substantive, who is the recognized national secretary of the party. As I told you, two people are laying claims to that position right now. So that should have been the essence of the meeting yesterday, which should then be able to translate into another meeting for Delta State in Asaba Delta State tomorrow, where the BOT and then other important structure of the party is supposed to be able to gather. But the meeting was just about to start. We see the supporter of Senator Samuel Iwanya, who is a former senator. And I said he went to Imo State to also contest, was a former governorship candidate in Imo State. And Mr. Odi Okoye, who was formerly the national youth leader of the party. He was the youth leader before his own loyalists. After, okay, so because the whole milestone, you know, the whole timeline of this, you know, became so sketchy when Imo election took place in 2023. So the elected national secretary decided to throw his hat in the ring for Imo State. So when he lost the election, he was the party candidate in the election.
True.
So when he lost, he still saw that, oh, this should actually be a fallback option for me to come back to his position as a national secretary. So they've had those back and forth between them, here and Udi Okoye. So the supporters tried throwing blows themselves, and they had a whole lot of issues, you know, trying to be able to. So, but Omar Damagum said something very, and it was actually, it was challenging the BOT members that they were the one responsible for the crisis in the party. The crisis that actually be able to hit the party so hard, that they were the ones that were actually responsible. And then, so there are still issues about, you know, the national executive, because till now, they're supposed to have the National Executive Council meeting of the party, where the substantive member of the party is supposed to be elected. That have been postponed more than 5 times now. The next one was supposed to be in February. Umar Damagun said he's going to hold. But with all these, crises, rocking the party, with all these issues, who are the members, the national executives themselves is divided into two camps. Umar Damagun camp that people believe is actually loyal to the Minister of FCT, and then Debo Ologunagba and their likes as well, who are actually very loyal to the governor of Bauchi State. So those issues are there. There is still serious power tussle, flexing of muscles, who will be able to control the heart and the might of this party is really there. And that's why I think people to look at the riders. The APC is actually be able to happy over all this,
Definitely, opposition will always be happy when they
will
see
be. It's really the only party,
when they
that
see
you
a
could not
little
be able
bit
to get your house
drama.
settled.
Yeah,
Exactly. So I think
bound to
that is happening. So, and it's cut across the national committee, the BOT, the zonal and the state chapters. They are all embroiled in this crisis. So, because if you're able to see in Lagos State here, across states, you see issues upon another. Look at the last one, Edo State. We see how serious it was leading to the governorship election that took place in that state in October. How it was very, very serious fight, between the parties that are actually involved. So he's talking about it. He was actually accusing the BOT, talking about Damagun, the acting national chairman. The BOT members too also accusing that he was actually the one responsible because of the loyalty, and he couldn't be able to muster the strength to suspend or expel Wike from the party. So Wike is a bone in their throat, maybe, and he's actually be able to tinker with them because he claimed to be in PDP anyway. And you see him going around campaigning for the second term of the current president. Of course, he's the minister, so he's expected to be able to retain his job. And then he's still saying you are in the party. So there's been fire calls, there've been the fireballs thrown between himself and the governor of. But I'm sure we are watching the space, and a lot of development are happening there. But remember, it is not only going to be able to end there. Another one is coming up in Delta State tomorrow. Only God knows what is going to happen there. We just hope and pray that they will not be able to break their heads when they get there. Hopefully, that will not happen.
Hopefully,
but yesterday in Enugu was really a serious.
Let's just move forward and talk about another story still in politics now. Expulsion as NNPP woos Aregbesola and APC disowns Oyetola's governorship posters. But this is also it's kind of like an offshoot of the conversation we're having earlier about where next for Aregbesola. Okay. But with NNPP trying to woo him, will he go there? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I really don't think it will go to NNPP. If I look at
I don't think they have such a stronghold
in the southwest here.
Yes, they don't.
And politicians always want to remain relevant. Remember, and you always be able to want that platform that will foster your relevance, that will be able to advance and at least give you that support, to give you that leverage, to actually be in the eyes of the public, in the mind of the public, and the conscience of the public every now and then. So NPP are the one who in him, remember. So he's not even the one trying to go to the party. So, but they are still insisting. When the letter was cited by newsmen yesterday about his expulsion, because the group is also saying they are going to be able to pull out from APC in Osun State, not APC as a party structure in total. So, but because of some of the actions that they've actually, just like you mentioned, in when they're able to engage in activities that are actually against anti-party activities, when they engage in anti-party activities, because an anti-party activity is one of the very first ground. I think you asked about that question. I'll be able to answer that. Maybe I should use that now. Anti-party activity is the very first ground for you to be expelled as a member of a party. There are two grounds that can be able to lead to expulsion. Exactly. One is that, and two is if there's a violence in the party, if you instigate violence. So what's anti-party activity? That is, if you do things that are contrary to the provision of the charter and the constitution of the party. For example, fraternizing with opposition. Doing everything to give opposition an advantage over your own party is considered anti-party activity. Or trying to be able to sabotage the party's efforts. So any of those is actually there in those parties' constitution. When they are parties, they have their own constitution as well. So they have things that constitute misconduct that can eventually lead to expulsion of members. So the accusation against APC, Aregbesola, and Omolu Abi Caucus, which is the Osun Progressive that it created, within the party, just like having another denomination within a party. They call themselves. So you have Justice Party. There are several of them to also in Lagos. We have the Molabi Caucus as well that are also here in Lagos, especially on Joe Festac axis, because that is his territory that he controlled when it comes to APC in Lagos State. I'm talking about Igbeshola himself, and he will be able to use that influence to extend it to Osun State. So they were accused of all those, fraternizing with PDP, sabotaging the party's effort, and doing all those things. But at the same time, remember I told you there's election in the state next year, and there were reports, it has been flying around. How true that is, we're going to be able to see that Oyetola is coming back as well. That is the present minister. I'm talking about this man here. He's the present minister of Blue Economy and Marine, who a lot of people believe is a cousin to the Mr. President. So he spent one term there. So the second term election he contested was against Mr. Adeleke, Governor Adeleke, who is the present governor right now, and then he lost.
The dancing governor.
The dancing governor, as they used to be able to call him. So there were posters flying around in Osun State, in Osogbo, that he's coming back for second term. If that is the case, APC has denied that is not yet time for politicking yet. But we know a lot of consultations, engagement, a lot of interactions always be able to go on underground by politicians. So you might not, by the time the INEC be able to declare electoral process starting in Osun State, these might actually come out to be a treason at the end of the day.
What will come out to be a treason?
Maybe Oyetola coming back to contest for second term.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about, they're denying it right now, right?
Yeah, disowning it.
They are denying it that there are those posters there. People are saying, there are posters flying around that he's not coming back second term and blah, blah, things like that. But what that I think in 2022, that was when the election took place. Yeah, 2022, thank you. Was the election. So 2026 is another election in Osun State. That was always like a year before the general election. So whether that is true, if he's going to contest as well, he's going to come back. And remember, Joshua people will decide eventually. The current governor who is there, who is just like third year into his administration, how well has he performed? It's a mixed bag.
It's actually a mixed bag, but with NNPP moving Aregbesola, it's quite unlikely, isn't it?
He's going to junket there. I don't think he can saunter into.
It's quite unlikely.
I don't think so. Maybe NNPP, they might want to also use him as well as trying to be able to provide gift strength to the party.
I think to myself, what would be the catch? If at all they want to, if at all they would go there, what would be the catch
for him or for the party?
For him.
Like, that's what I'm saying, because
but like what could
maybe
they
control
really
the structure of the party?
What could they
so
really
what the
use
party to induce him? So the party now will be looking at, let's say Aregbesola and the supporters, right? The supporter is always, this is a democracy. The idea is a game of numbers. The more the number you can be able to bring in, the more influence you tend to have in the party. So he has been trying effortlessly to try to be able to establish his footprint and dominance in APC. And that has been rebuffed severally. I'm talking about APC Osun State. It has been rebuffed. Some people have actually been able to, signal him as a party leader in the state. And we've had some other caucuses who said no, right? Oyetola himself has actually been another very powerful, because as a minister, that tends to be able to give him some weight. But don't forget, Oyetola was the chief of staff to him when he was a governor. So they've had their good times. And then he had somebody in mind during the 2018 election. I think he had somebody else in mind. Then Mr. President, who was the party leader then, Mr. Tinubu as the president then, a lot of reports from different quarters believe that he wanted his cousin, Oyetola, to be. And so that allowed him to be able to sidestep his own candidate that he has in mind. I'm talking about Aregbesola that he has in mind. So ever since then, there's been a fallout between him and Aregbesola, and that's even be able to extend to the Mr. President. I'm talking about Mr. President during the 2023 election. We didn't really see that massive support that you would have seen from a typical Aregbesola when he was here in Lagos. People used to call him like the boy. He's like a very, very, very close boy to Tinubu when he was in Lagos here. And I said, Ojo axis, Ojo Festac, all those axes. In fact, Tinubu gave him, he's the one that controlled that axis, for the party. So, by 2023, we saw Aregbesola that was totally detached, right? It was totally detached. You didn't see, that connection, that contribution that he would, on a normal day, hitherto would have made to the ambition of the Mr. President. So I think that has actually happened. He has actually detached himself from the party at the national level, and then of course the offshoot of that is actually what happened at the state. Yeah. So maybe Otola will come back, things like that, and then Aribeshola, the catch for NNPP, I think NNPP stand more to gain from that marriage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That so what then will
maybe
be
give him more control.
Their catch for him? But I mean, let's see how that goes. Let's see how that actually goes. But let's look at this other story before moving to the next paper. So JAMB suspends law admission in Kwasu, Redeemers University, and 6 others. But I'm really curious to know why they would suspend law admission. But that continues on page 18 of the paper.
Okay.
Because when we talk about them actually, suspending
accreditation for those courses,
you wonder why that happened.
What must have happened?
So Kwara State University, Bingham University in Nasarawa State, Redeemers University in Osun State, Western Delta University, other universities include the Taraba State University, Jalingo, Cross River State, Ekweme Federal University, Dufu, Alike, and the Nigerian Police Academy. But it actually continues on the Punch website. So if you want to read more on that, you could grab a copy of their paper. But let's move to what we have on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper this morning. The front page of the Vanguard newspaper says, how federal government botched trial of 888 terror suspects. This is according to Babadoko, DPPF. And then we also have still the injunctive orders against Obuagbena, GHL others stay. Again, GHL floors First Bank in courts, and then, of course, this is an advert. But you know what? Let's just talk about the federal government botching prosecution of 888 terror suspects.
I mean, you said Babadoko, I think it was an explainer that was done by Vanguard about repentant terrorists. We have heard about them. The issue have actually been here and there. There have been serious back and forth, serious pushback over that. So we noticed that in December 2024, the federal government, through the office of the National Counterterrorism Center, announced that they've concluded about 1,743 terrorism-related issues between 2017 and 2023. I mean, 2024 that they've done. So Babadoko that you read, who is actually the director of the public prosecution of the Federation, mentioned about 742 convictions. 740 of those 1,007, they are able to achieve 742 convictions. But at 888 of them, and I think that's exactly
were
the
discharged
question,
and
acquitted. And the main reason was what? Insufficient evidence. So what do you think? Maybe these people could have gone back and then retrain themselves and see how, I mean, they reharm themselves, try to be able to become more solid, more what can I call that? Become more hardened in their ways, and then use that to be able to continue to be able to attack the Nigeria establishment power.
I think we need to do better generally in prosecution processes, especially in Nigeria.
I think prosecutorial process is actually giving us a challenge.
Some of the reasons they've highlighted here is poor investigation, evidence collection, witness intimidation, secret trial hampering,
and what's actually bungled. These are what bungled those cases that made go bonkers.
Made those cases.
So witness intimidation.
Some of things that stood.
So a lot needed to be done by the office to ensure that you carry out an investigation. People always say, if you see the FBI, for example, or you see the CIA coming to arrest a person, then you must have known, the kind of investigation that would have gone into it. The amount of intelligence, the level of investigation. Before they will say, we are going to be able to pick this person. Recently, just a little bit of a digress, we all heard about the Pop Diddy's case. And initially, I was among those that believe okay, maybe this is just like some women trying to, when the FBI went to pick him in his house in Malibu in California. But when they released out those charge sheets that they've been studying him since 2004, right? That they've actually been studying him. And then before they could be able to come out to say FBI has all these, this deluge of evidence against you, then something must really be. So I think how we'll be able to botch the prosecution of those 888, what do we think would happen to them? What will they turn to, right?
if you're talking about, are you thinking? Are you talking from the angle of what becomes of these people that were discharged and acquitted?
Maybe because
I think
this is where their ways and then go back to terrorism and cause more harm.
There are agencies that should handle this. So it's like we
that's
have
what is there. Public prosecution, the Department of Public Prosecution.
I mean, now that they've been discharged and acquitted, because obviously there's not enough evidence, poor investigation, witness intimidation, secret trial and parent, just like it says. And also, let's also remember that the AGF's office have ascribed limited forensic technological capabilities as an obstacle for them. And also, lawyers are raising concerns over trial conviction, saying that they did their jobs and the courts decide who's convicted or who's acquitted. But then what I'm saying is 888 people is a lot, especially if these people actually
committed those crimes.
Yes, it's a lot. I'm worried. I'm actually
allow them to
scared.
be walking freely.
Yes, on the street, because you're going to see these people all around you.
Exactly.
But then I want to believe that they should have a body. There should be an organization that kind of, they're not supposed to just be let free that way. So if they're discharged and acquitted, I don't believe that they should just be discharged and acquitted and be let out on the street. But
what do you call that? Maybe a kind of an institution.
Yeah, an institution, like a safe, like, so you know, prisoners that had been, actual prisoners that had been discharged and acquitted. There's this body that I know. There's this woman I saw. It's called a safe. They had like a Safeway home. It's called the Safeway home, where the prisoners that spend their time, you know, and they're done, and it's like
integrating process.
Yes, because you can't just
reform them.
So far, these people have been terror suspects. Even if you're not sure, you can't just bring them back to the society like that without any form of.
But they've been discharged and acquitted.
That's
so it means saying like they don't have any case.
Yeah.
It means like perhaps maybe poor investigation, poor evidence collection. So what it means is they are not guilty in the first place. The court has actually said these people. So they can be able to sue you to court.
I do hope that they really did.
I mean, I think that's what we should be able to go to.
Yes, that's what I'm concerned about.
Because some of these 888, one of them, if our listeners at home and those that listen to us, our audience, be able to go down. They mentioned some cases of some of those who went back to those Boko Haram, right, because of those lack of evidence, and they see some of them at the battlefield, you know, attacking FOBs, operating bases, you know, operating military barracks. Some of them were there who have actually been, and then not to talk about those that actually the so-called repentant ones anyway. Yeah, some of them have been helpful too. There was actually a report there about some of them being helpful to the soldiers in terms of actually be able to help with intelligence gathering and helping to be able to identify some of those terror suspects. But I think what we should be talking about more about beyond reform, before you integrate them, beyond correctional centers that can at least, it is understandable for those that have gone through their terms. But I think it should be more about evidence gathering, intelligence pooling, and then having a very airtight case in court.
And this will just be my final submission, especially when we talk about the things that they have written. We can read here that the AGF's office has complained about that they have limited forensic and technological capabilities as an obstacle. So I think where we need to do better, where the nation, where the affected bodies need to do better, is making sure that, technologically, forensically, things are, we are there, that's the word. Things are airtight. So to guard against issues like this, because in the first place, if we're talking about these people actually being truly
involved in those crimes.
No, truly not involved.
Not involved, okay. So
if everything had been right, when we're talking about forensically, technologically,
evidence gathering,
all, investigating properly, collecting proper evidence and all of that.
They're presenting it in court.
We would have avoided it. So for me, that's what we need to get right.
I think we need to get that part right. We need to, because but the worry then would be just like you said, and then day two we're actually very worried about that. 888 people going back to the streets. right? Because there's always the popular cliche, no smoke without fire. Don't forget.
Exactly
There can't
my
be smoke
point.
without
That's
fire.
why I'm a little
So
bit
even,
worried.
even if maybe they could be able to have some, but the fact that is a discharged and acquitted, they have no case whatsoever. And then reports of citing some of them at front lines when they are attacking barracks, when they are attacking military, when they're laying ambush, and then maybe it can also be able to, that can even be able to stiffen them the more, toughen them up the more to say that no, nothing will happen, right? Even if they get us arrested. So the DPP, Mr. Badadoko, the director of that center, Mohammed Babadoko, that's his name, the director of the public prosecution, needed, and when it was, because he was actually reading this to journalists this January, I think last week, and tell them how the convictions they have secured, those that have actually been discharged. But in 1988, the worries are still there. What risk do they portend? Kind of risk and the kind of challenge they will actually be able to portend to peaceful and easygoing Nigerians who are out
So
there.
at this point, there's
Yes,
nothing. At this point, there's really nothing we can do anymore because they've been discharged and acquitted. But
except they are arrested
that's why.
again in
That's
another
why
case.
I have just said that
Money
the
is
best thing
blowing
for
around
now
that.
is for things to actually be airtight. So to guard against situations like this in the future, because we're not going to have tomorrow again another set of 8,000 people discharged and acquitted because, according to them, there wasn't enough evidence gathered, there wasn't enough witnesses. So we need to actually
all those
guard
guns,
against that.
charges, murders, kidnapping, rape. These are issues there, and these are things that you need to be able to put beyond this table down when you get to the court, not just be able to scratch the surface, but you needed to be able to go down deeply into it.
Right,
to
but let's see
ensure that
what
you can
we
be able
have
to
on the
prove it.
Business Day newspaper this morning. The Business Day newspaper has the big story right here. It says local investors drive stock deals to 18-year high, and domestic transactions make up 85% of transactions. Naira fall boosts market performance. This is good news, if you ask me. And this is by Inyai Nwachukwu. Again, we have on the front page of the Business Day newspaper, it says Naira rare stability sparks renewed confidence amongst investors. Higher Greek budget insufficient to boost food production. Okay. Now PFAs rethink asset portfolios to beat market uncertainties, and that's what we have on the Business Day newspapers this morning. You should grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. Rich, detailed, insightful conversations that will impact your daily life, especially if you're a business owner, especially if you are truly interested in the investment sector of Nigeria. You should actually grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. It's always very enriching. But let's see what we have. What do you want to chip in?
I'm
Okay,
sure
cool.
it's the Abaibena's case
Yes,
that JHL has actually been, because the JHL people came yesterday to say that they floored them in court. There was a punitive, we heard about the asset freeze, the Mareva order. Mareva is like freezing of assets to First Bank. So I think the case is still not clear to us as much as possible. The First Bank Council were still saying the judgment yesterday was that status quo remained. The injunctions, there are about 6 injunctive clauses, right, that froze the assets of Mr. Duka Baigbena, who is the publisher of this day newspaper and the Rise TV, and then one of his other companies, JHL, and some other defendant in the case. They were saying they won in court. But I'm sure we'll be able to get more clarity to what is actually happening. But the court order, I was trying to be able to check that before I entered into the studio this morning. But hopefully we'll get a good hang of that before maybe our meeting to tomorrow, and then we'll see.
Before the end of tomorrow, before the end of today, tomorrow, we'll find something.
It should actually be clear who is actually speaking the truth. Is the judgment against? Is the injunction against the FBN registrars, or is he against the defendants?
But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today on the Business Day newspapers. Let's see.
Sorry, that's a show now. Right. This is your giggling. What happened? Okay. Military mining zone, Abby. We have been back and forth.
Oh wow.
Why are you laughing? Because I may be shocked.
No, actually,
is that the part?
It's actually
is that the part that really cracked you up?
Oh my God, it's
that
actually
interesting. But I can see what you people are doing.
It's actually interesting. Yeah, I think I'm always very I'm always very intrigued by what we have on the paper, so I couldn't help myself. So so we have like some money bags, and then we have the naira, and then we have the military zone keep off. I can't believe I'm laughing like this.
Sorry,
it's actually interesting.
Sorry, of course. I mean, that's the essence.
But what do you think about this cartoon?
Oh no, I mean, so that's Oshomole there, who is one of the senators from Edo North, who has actually been talking about illegal mining, how the militaries have actually been ripping off the nation. So you can see gold. I'm sure maybe that's the oil that they are airlifting, right? Airlifting from those. So I think what really cracked me up, just like I said, was the part that I may be short too. Exactly. But I can see what people are doing. Exactly. Now. No, I'm a short man, but I see I see plain and clear what you people are actually be able to do there. So I think it has been, even though I mean Mr. Soko made him to be able to stand on a stash of cash himself, right? The short man. So what even made him to be so tall? It's just like a stash of cash, nairas and piles of money that he stood on. And maybe I think that's just so he has a very strong allegation, and then a lot of people actually be able to bring into it. I think it is even in one of our reports today, look at this, about, so people should be able to look at the politics of the week that's actually written by Mr. Zebulon, where he was talking about, Oshomole's inquest into illegal mining and how it is another billion naira. In fact, I was thinking about almost a trillion naira industry, right? That the military, who is actually telling people to be able to keep off some.
And then we have the airplanes, the helicopters,
the military lifting all those
gold.
things. Those are gold, mining.
Gold and all of that.
So they're mining gold, mining oil, you understand? Taking out the money, even though it's a military keep off, it's a military zone, telling people to keep off. And they are enriching themselves and making big money out of that. Maybe people should watch this cartoon, and if you read our papers today as well, at the back page story about the politics of the week, then you will see, politics this week, you will see a clearer picture of what at the hearing, the military had their hearings, and that was what it was there. And we see Oshomole has actually been fighting tenaciously. I think he has been. We see what he has done to education, the several ministries that he belonged to, we've seen how he has actually been able to fire them. And it was bringing, retinue of evidence to show you people here, something is going on about this gold. The gold, the oil, bunkerings and things like that. You people have been very much involved, I think he has actually been able to accuse them of that. The military has come out to be able to defend themselves, and that they will not be able to stand such accusations.
But you know what I really like about the cartoon is how it always just captures
everything. Get to that level, okay? Why? No, it's fine.
So it goes to that level, like I'm actually...
I don't want to hear why it catches so hot.
No, just don't worry about it. But you know what? That's as much as we can take this morning on the cartoon of the day.
Why did you put the cliffhanger on that?
Really interesting. We'll be back to the suspense.
Thank you very much for having me.
But that's how we bring it to a wrap today on the BDTV Breakfast Show and the cartoon of the day. You can see I'm actually really, I found it really hilarious. But thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, for joining us this morning.
That's the essence of the cartoon.
Yeah.
To be able to bring up some hilarity.
Yeah, just kind of lighten
the mood.
Lighten the mood.
When you have read a lot of test stories.
Yeah.
So this money is missing.
And then even when it's a serious issue, just had a way to just lighten everything up. And I literally shared it.
I'm really glad it
shared it here. But thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. And thank you for joining us today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We'll be back soon for more stories. Do stay with us.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria, and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book, or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
So I'm Sam Abu. I'm the country senior partner for PwC Nigeria and the regional senior partner for PwC West Market, which is West Africa.
The event has just been wrapped up and it was really, really insightful. I want to know, aside from like my own personal experience, what was the reason why this roundtable was so important to hold?
This forum, these kind of sessions provide us an opportunity to have very important conversations about the direction of the country. There are a number of business leaders in the room today, as you saw. And the one thing that business leaders are contending with is how to navigate the complexities of operating in the kind of global economic environment that we are into. So these conversations or these sessions enable us to share perspectives and insights and information about how the strategies to deploy in running our businesses. But I think it's also very important in shaping the conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I would say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world, inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was that it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good. Yeah. It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
So I would like to get what your key takeaways from this event. I believe that you were not just a panelist, but you were also a member of the audience.
Yeah, the key takeaway for me will be that there was the consistency and consensus that the reforms were the right reforms and that the direction of travel is going to take us to the Nigeria that we want. It's also one of the takeaways also that the outlook for 2025 is much better than 2024 was. And this is not just because we're being optimistic. It is based on what the data is saying around inflation expectations and the factors that were stoking inflation in 2024, which are no longer there in 2025. In addition to the base effect that, you know, it can be worse than it was before. Yeah. And then you have expectation around interest rates, because as inflation begins to moderate, the monetary authorities will have the reason to cut interest rates. And also even additionally, we have the credit concession scheme for the businesses. All of these altogether mean that we should have the opportunity to celebrate or begin to celebrate in 2025 that the sacrifices that we made as a people is beginning to yield results. And for people generally, it's to not just all be negative about the economy, because that way you may miss out on the opportunities, which I think are bound across all sectors.
Okay, so based on the panel that you just had, I heard that you spoke a lot about data, and from what we're just discussing right now, you seem to be a very big believer of data. So what are the opportunities that people should look forward to investing into in 2025 if they want to thrive in their businesses?
I think it cuts across all sectors because whether you're talking about manufacturing or industry generally, whether you're talking about services, including financial services, telecommunication, whether you're talking about energy sector, we have a lot of focus around energy in particular, from renewable to additional investments, including the policy decentralizing electricity regulation, which means that the state can now decide, to generate and put whatever excess into the grid. So those reforms are also going to provide opportunities across the board. Even the tariff increase on telecommunication, why nobody is happy that tariffs are going up, the issue is that will help them to improve quality, and quality of service will feed into the economy by way of better productivity, which will overcompensate for the additional tariff and that we're having to bear. And so I do think that depending on the sector you operate, just look out for the opportunities and you will find.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. It was really lovely sitting with you. I want to know, is there any other thing you would like to add? Maybe a question that you felt was not answered properly in the hall, or you would like to say anything here?
Then
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Welcome back to the VDTV Breakfast Show. This is the big story, and this is where we get to have deep conversations on issues crucial to us shape our nation and our economy. And today we turn our focus on persistent insecurity in Abuja, especially the one chance situation and how it's affecting national growth and productivity. Now, this conversation will give us some details on the root cause, the effects, and also preferred solutions, which will enable us to tackle this menace that we are currently facing, especially in Abuja. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and it's a pleasure to have you join me on the show today, Mr. Joshua Bassi.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning. It's good to have you here.
Thank you.
And also we have joining us on virtually, we've got Mr. Anthony Aileman. He is the assistant news editor for Business Day, and he reports from our Abuja office. Welcome to the show, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
It's good to see you again, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you. Good morning, viewers.
Good morning. Now, for several years, Abuja, the nation's capital, has been under the heavy burden of attacks by one-chance predators who harass and dispose of unsuspecting citizens of their valuables. Now, in some recent and extreme cases, residents of the FCT have lost their lives while resisting the robbers who lure their victims into vehicles in the guise of providing transportation for the citizens. Now, to help us understand this, of course, is why I have this amazing gentleman who will be speaking to us this morning. They will be helping us to, throw more light, especially Mr. Anthony, who is resident in Abuja. He'll be talking to us about what the security agencies, especially Nigeria Police, have been doing to check this situation and this criminal situation. So let me start by asking Mr. Anthony this question. Is this how much of a recent development is this? How long has this been going on for in the FCT?
Okay, thank you very much. It's been something that has been on for several years. In fact, as old as the creation of FCT itself. When the Federal Capital Territory was created, there were a lot of issues around public transport system, which were not effectively addressed at that particular time. And so what has happened is that you now had people, criminals, as it were, who take advantage of the poor public transport system to scam unsuspecting citizens. How do they operate? They use vehicles that are basically unmarked. When I say unmarked, in FCT you have some vehicles that are painted green and white. Sometimes with the kind of insufficiency of this number of vehicles, some people use their own private vehicles to pick up passengers. Now, when they lure their passengers into their vehicle, the passengers are provided with seats. They enter into the vehicle, believing that these are genuine transporters that are going to take them to their destination. So once the victim enters their vehicle, they allow the victim to sit down at the edge of the seat, so that they can, once they complete the activities, that is, dispossessing the victim of everything that he or she has, phones, cash, whatever, other values, including electronics, laptops, iPads, or whatever it is. They now push the person out of the vehicle, moving vehicle. In some instances, just like you rightly observed, some have lost their lives because once they are pushed out, if there are other vehicles coming from behind, can easily overrun the victim, or where the victim is a bit lucky to survive, they usually survive with bruises and all manner of injuries. So this has been going on for several years. But the police, once in a while, also devise certain actions to counter what they are doing. And but the truth of the matter is been on for a very long time.
Mr. Joshua, let me come to you by asking you, I know you are here with us in Lagos, but what would you say is fueling this criminality? I mean, when we talk about one chances, what in your opinion do you think might be fueling the spate and the increase of it in the Federal Capital Territory?
Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. Maybe I should just start by saying that perhaps it's not only in Abuja that we have this, criminal gang, engaging in this very terrible criminal activity. We also have it in Lagos, but perhaps in recent years, that of Lagos has not been as pronounced as we have it in Abuja. I recall in 2008, I was a victim myself. And I was going home, and unfortunately, I entered their bus. I never knew they were the ones until they got to along the Lagos-Badagry Express Road, quite close to after Alakija bus stop, just as we were nearing Finaja. I mean, that was when it dawned on me that these were the guys, and of course they dispossessed me of my valuable land. But I was lucky. I was the first person to jump out. But of course they hit me with the butt of the gun. But I was lucky until I found an Okada guy who then picked me and took me back to Alakija, from where I enter bus and move. But coming to what is fueling it, I want to believe it's basically desperation. People want to make money when they have not even put in the hard work. They get rich, syndrome, which is what is
pervasive in our society.
Pervasive in our society today. I think basically that's it. People have not put in the work, but they want to make money. You have not planted anything, but you want to harvest from where you did not plant. So it's that criminal mindset that is driving a youth, driving people. Of course, some of them are not good anyway. That's driving people into it. It is something that the society should actually look into, to say that, look, if you do not work, even the Bible says that he who does not work should not eat. So you shouldn't, hope to eat when you are not working or when you are not putting up enough work. So basically, it's been driven by greed. We want to get rich overnight without working. Perhaps again, we might also look at the fact that there is unemployment. Perhaps not all of them who are into it may really want to go into it. Some may just be because they have nothing doing. They just, okay, how do I survive? So the need for survival may also be one of the things that is driving people into it. But there's no justification for that. It doesn't matter how tough it might be in terms of you not having a job. You should still look for something legal to do rather than take to criminality. Yeah, so
absolutely. Let me bring Mr. Anthony in now. Maybe like Mr. Joshua, you probably have your personal experiences, I don't know, but how have the security agencies been tackling this in Abuja?
Mr. Joshua has said there are certain factors that drives this particular criminality across various states. I'm sure it's not only, like you said, restricted to Abuja and Lagos. There could be other areas. But first of all, let's look at Abuja. Abuja has a unique problem. And what's the problem? Abuja does not have an efficient public transport system. So most people are forced to rely on private sector operators, who provide vehicles to move people from the rural area councils down to the city centers, and within the city centers itself. Unlike Lagos, where you have the BRT, and you can easily enter these buses from Oshodi to wherever you are going to, whether in the mainland or in the island, it is much easier. But in the FCT, we don't have such luxury. So you are now forced to use public transport, to patronize private vehicle operators. And that has also made it very difficult because some of these vehicles, they have their glasses tinted, and so shield the criminals from the activities that are going on inside their vehicles while they are moving. So people really, even when you are being tormented in the vehicle, you are being dispossessed, it's difficult for outsiders to immediately know what is going on in the vehicle until the victim is pushed out of the vehicle. And police also have tried, because in cases, before now it used to be a daily occurrence, but what they have done is the introduction of this prohibition of tinted glass cars. That is, you are no longer allowed to tint your glass. So it's part of they discovered that this is one of the ways that the criminals use to, carry out the activities. And so they had to come up with this idea that let all cars that, especially that are not tinted right from the factory, get the tinted glasses out. Then secondly, they have also come up with the ideas of ensuring that vehicles within the FCT, if you are running commercial activities up until about a year or so ago, it was much easier to control them because of before the increase in transport, before the withdrawal of petroleum subsidies that led to increase in price of petrol, and therefore very few public transport, private sector operators could put their vehicles on the road. So what they have done now is commercial vehicles must be properly marked. They are painted green and white, and they also have numbers inscribed on the body of the vehicle, so that in case you are robbed or you are a victim, once you can identify, because they went to public sensitization though, that before you enter a taxi, try and look at the taxi very well, identify the numbers on the taxis, look at the color, look at the plate number, and look at the number also written on the body, because they allocate each vehicles with numbers. That is where you have registered your vehicle as a commercial operator. Now, for those that do kabu, that is the private sector, the private car owners who use those vehicles to create problems, this is where the challenges lie. It is difficult for you to just identify now which one is genuine and which one is not genuine. So the police themselves also carry out regular, because of the need to ensure that passengers are safe. Generally, people are safe within the city. They deploy their men to strategic places, and where you get such alert, if there is a case of one chance that is reported, they act quickly, and they have succeeded in arresting and busting so many of these syndicates. A case in point was the one that they did recently, where a man and a woman who was using were using a bus to carry out one chance activities were caught, and by God's grace, the passengers or the victims that they wanted to rob were rescued. So there are other issues too that the government, I'm sure they're trying to do. The introduction of the rail system has also helped, but it is not sufficient yet. So these are the things that they have done to reduce the incidence of one chance in the FCT.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony, because you've just answered the next question I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you about, if there have been any prosecutions whatsoever, like in respect to this, but I think you've already done justice to answer that question. But if you were to offer us any sort of advice, for residents to avoid this criminal situation of one chance, what would be your advice?
Thank you very much. From the public enlightenment activities of the Nigerian police, they've been telling people, be careful the kind of vehicles you patronize. For instance, it's easier now to get Uber and other registered transport system to provide you with means of movement. You can call. Once you call and the number is registered, you are aware of where the driver is coming from, where the vehicle is coming from. So it's easier to avoid such problems with such registered service providers in the transport sector. Secondly, commuters have also been advised, do not enter vehicles that you are not sure of, especially when the vehicles have tinted glasses. Don't enter. Even when you discover that the vehicles are filled up with passengers, maybe there's only one chance left. That's the way, in fact, that's where the word comes from. There's only one chance that is left in this vehicle. So you are the one occupying that last chance.
Wow. Yes. That's interesting.
So you see, they would have made sure that all the other seats are filled up. So the only chance left is that one chance that they are giving you to, occupy. So you are advised not to patronize such vehicles. you also be sure that if you shall tax their numbers, if possible, call somebody. I'm in so and so taxi while you are there, and I am going to so and so place. Now, the moment the driver and other people within the vehicle see that you have put on notice that this is where you are, and you have also given them the number of the vehicle that you are taking, of course, that will be a check or whatever kind of ill intentions they may have towards that person. So these are the issues. These are the ways you can check. Of recent, the Abuja, the FCT transport system, they've tried to increase the number of buses on the street, especially with this introduction of the CNG. But ultimately, like I said, they are not enough. So we just hope and pray that within the FCT, a more efficient public transport system will come on board. Because with such like the BRT that you have in Lagos, if we're able to develop that, something like that or similar in FCT, it will go a long way to reduce the incidence of one chance. And I must give it to the police. The new IG has done a lot to ensure that Abuja is safer now for residents. But like I said, they need to do more, especially at night, towards evening. I have had a personal experience where I was seriously attacked at about 6:30 in the evening along the airport road, but the city needs to be more policed, especially in the evening. The criminals watch out for where the police are, and they monitor their deployments also. They avoid those places where the police are and then go to places that are under policed. And of course, you also know that one of the challenges we have in the FCT is the issue of we don't have, probably because of lack of efficient power system, cameras are not strategically placed and they are not working. So these cameras need to work, you understand, so that it will be easier. Like if you travel out of the country, you discover that light is 24 hours and cameras are everywhere. So you can't scam easily and get away with it. So I think this is exactly where we need to get to ensure that the city is safer for all and sundry.
Very insightful, Mr. Anthony. I mean, for one, I never even knew how the terminology one chance came about. But, someone might be wondering also, so yeah, there is the people, so the idea behind it being called one chance is if it's there's just one space left, one seat left, and then you enter it, and that's how they do their criminal acts. But they are devising smarter ways these days. There are people that now know that people already know that trick, because like people want to enter into a private vehicle and then you see that it's just one chance left, and you're like, no, who are these people? And then people look sometimes and say, oh, they're all men, I'm not entering, or they're men and women, but it's just me. So they've devised newer tricks now. So it might not be one chance again. There might be two chances. But Mr. Anthony, I want to, Mr. Joshua rather, I would like to hear your own contributions to how people can avoid, being victims of one chance vehicles.
Okay, so just like Anthony said, maybe I should, before actually going to that, let me also say that there are things that Anthony has talked about that are lacking in the FCT. He talked about CCTV cameras that are there. Some are not there at all. Some are not even working. He talked about the need for efficient public transportation system so that people will not move to using a private vehicle, which is what these guys are actually using. So now, again, because since the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Tunji Diso resume at the FCT. He's done a lot. I mean, I've seen so much he has done, many measures that he has put in place to check these people. And so what this means is that there's a possibility that as the FCT police command is putting measures in place to check them, the possibility of them moving to another state is very much there. And so without waiting for them to come, I believe that there's the need for other state police commands to begin to put measures in place. Don't wait until you begin to see that, oh, these guys have come, and then, so before they arrive in your states, I'm talking now, I'm talking for the various commissioner of police across the state, take measures, put measures in place so that they won't come, because they know that there are measures already put in place. So that would scare them, that would check them. And so that eventually when they come, it will be easier for you to check, detect where they are, and then they take them out, you know. But like he said about how passengers or residents can avoid, falling victims of one chance. Yeah. So, like he said, if you see a vehicle that is parked and they are calling people in, be very wary. Don't just enter, because make sure that, because my experience, in 2008, like I said, was that I wanted to enter, but the guy was sitting by the door, stepped out, and allowed me to enter. You know, we do this a lot in Lagos State. In Lagos, generally, we want to enter, but someone will say, okay, I don't want to go inside. You come inside. I want to sit by the window. But I want to sit by the door. So when you see such a thing, just be wary. You may choose to walk away and enter another bus, because it might just be them. Though, like I said, they are not prevalent in Lagos right now. But then, people still need to be careful. You still need to watch out to see that they are not the one before you enter. Again, there's also the need, like he said, for you to enter a bus. In Lagos, for instance, we have the yellow buses. These are the buses that are marked for commercial operation. So if you may want to avoid entering any bus that is not that Lagos commercial color, the yellow with the red stripe, on the body, those are the buses that the Lagos State government has approved to carry out commercial operations. So you may want to avoid anyone that is not yellow and that with the black stripe. Of course, again, for those who are using their cars to do cargo, just be careful. Don't just, because I also notice a lot of time people just trying to flag down vehicles that you don't know who is there, you don't know who is driving it, and you are just waving the vehicle to give you a ride. Why not avoid that ride, that free ride that may could end your life, or could you end up being thrown on Third Mainland Bridge and things like that. Again, why do you want to enter a bus that is or a car that is tinted? You can just avoid that. Because you never can tell, because if you enter a car is tinted, whatever is being done to you inside the car, people outside may not know. So it's better to avoid entering any car that is tinted. It's also good that the police are also thinking of stopping tinted, or again for vehicles that are tinted, so the police won't say, oh, you can't even, there are some vehicles that are tinted from factory, because sometimes the police want to take advantage of some of these things to begin to stop people. There are some vehicles that are tinted right from factory before they even push out, so there's really no need for. But again, I know that there's a measure that police took some time ago, which they later stopped. Maybe they might just need to go back to it to say that if you are going to use a tinted glass, you come and get approval.
Tint permit.
Yeah, tint permit. Before you can use it. So such measure by the police will also help. Because they would have taken the details of your vehicle. They know you, and so if anything happens, it's easier to trace. You understand? So those are some of the things I think the police should do on one hand, and people can also take precaution for their own safety, and they don't just enter a bus or don't just enter a private vehicle that you really don't know who's driving it. Just be wary. Someone, you want to enter a bus and somebody is telling you, oh, come inside. just okay, it's okay. Am I safe? You want to be careful before you just jump in. So those are some of the things I would say will help people to avoid becoming victims of these criminal gangs that are operating here and there. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Joshua. Mr. Anthony, I wonder if you have anything to add to what Mr. Josh had just said now.
Yeah, I said it all. I said it all. The truth of the matter is that FCT is growing. It is growing at the rate of 5% annually. So, of course, obviously, what that means is that investors in public transport sectors that may want to come in to do business have very unique opportunities to, exploit the opportunities of the ever-growing population of the FCT. And again, FCT is very unique in the north now, because if you look at all the northern states, because of the violent terrorism that is going on across all the states in the north, FCT seems to be the relatively safest environment for a lot of people. So there is a lot of influx of people from across the other 19 states of the north into FCT to find safe havens. The same way genuine citizens, innocent citizens are coming to the city, so also criminals are also coming into the city. So the police need to be very vigilant and be proactive. I think these are the things that we need to do, because enough of reactionary or reactive approach to issues. Don't always react. Why don't you be proactive? Why don't you create all the necessary what the institutions or capabilities to enable you to halt these problems before they begin to occur. Just like he said, in other states, yes, it's a lesson for other states where people from FCT, by the time they are eventually dislodged from here, they may want to practice their trade elsewhere. So I am sure that with what has been said here, putting them into use and practice will help a lot to create a safer environment for the citizen.
Thank you. Any final thought on this, Mr. Josh?
Yeah, it's just to again re-emphasize that state police command are beyond the FCT. And in Lagos, because I know that Lagos is equally relatively peaceful compared to other states. So don't wait. It's just to re-emphasize the need for the police commissioners across the states to make sure that measures are put in place such that you don't wait for these guys to come to your state and begin to carry out this criminal activity before you want to go check and want to go arrest them. Put measures in place such that even before they think of coming, they already know, that place won't be safe for me. Or even eventually if they come, they won't have to pray for too long before you take them out. Again, beyond even the police commands, the state government in various cities across the country, the issue of CCTV camera is also very important. Make sure that these things are strategically located in places across this, especially the state capitals. I mean, the city centers. So there's need for the state government to work and then to support the state government to support the security agencies, because in some states you hear the police talking about lamenting the absence of the strong support, logistical support, funding support. I know that yes, the police is the institution of the federal government, but of course states should also support them to be able to carry out their job effectively, because at the end of the day, whether you are living in the FCT, whether you are living in Lagos, whether you are living in the Imo, whether you are living in Edo, or whether you are living in Nasarawa, anywhere. At the end of the day, what's important is that Nigerians and residents in Nigeria should feel safe, because in any case, that is the major role of the government, to ensure the maximum welfare, safety of citizens. So the police, the state government should collaborate with the police, support them, support other security agencies to be able to effectively monitor and ensure that Nigerians and those who are also living in Nigeria, who are actually not Nigerian, feel safe wherever they may be in Nigeria. That's what is important. That's what we want. That's what we want to see. So those are the things that we want the state government and, of course, the police and other security agencies to do. Collaboration. I mean, if you, for instance, what do they do? Safety defense, right? What do they call them now? National security defense.
Sure.
Yeah. So they should work with the police. The Navy should work with the police. The Army should work. We just need this collaborative effort amongst and between the various security agencies. Work together to ensure that we are safe. Nigerians are safe. Yeah, that's what it sounds.
Oh, well, that's as much as we can take today on the program on Big Story. It's always important to have these conversations, and we'll be back to follow up on this issue. But thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us and your submissions today on the morning show. Thank you very much. Stay tuned as we bring you more updates on BDTV. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media, and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
My name is Raymond Ezeku. I work for Dabodani Microfinance Bank, DDMFB. I head the business development of the bank.
All right, sir. During the panel's return, there are compounding access to funding as a major challenge SMEs face doing business in Nigeria. So as someone in the finance and banking states, what are your suggestions? What can be done to address this challenge?
Okay, you see, from what the panelists have been saying so far, SMEs have been facing a very huge challenge, okay, in Nigeria. And one of the key issues is access to funding, all right? So access to funding, first of all, you will have to ask yourself as a business owner, have I really organized my business, okay, so that I should be able to have access to funding that is available, okay? Funding is available, take it from the CBN to the BOI to microfinance to commercial banks. Is my company prepared to access this funding? So what do you need? You need what we call the structure. You have to set the enabling structure in place. You have to formalize your business for you to have access to this funding. At DDMLB, we are a microfinance bank, having been in the industry for the past 10 good years, okay? We have understood the key challenges facing this sector, and to foster financial inclusion in Nigeria, that is why we are in business. So we are known for what we do in the SME, okay? So what we do is to develop products tailored to address the needs of these SME businesses, all right? We have our savings, okay? We have our loans. We have several classes of savings that we have, okay? We mobilize this deposit from these SMEs and then also deploy loans, okay, to these SMEs, depending on what you think. So our loans, okay, are tailored to address that critical need, taking your business to the next level. So we also provide this financial advice to our customers, explaining what they need to know, okay, in the sector, how to access this fund, how to apply it, okay, and we communicate everything in details. Here the offer that we issue to them.
How do you see that like this addressing most of this, bringing solutions to others?
Okay, I have been here since morning and it is quite impactful, okay? I have listened to the panelists, in fact, the organization. I thank BusinessDay for organizing this particular event. It is a very big plus and I look forward to seeing this very often because they need to address the needs of these small and medium-scale entrepreneurs. It is something that should be a top priority by every responsible government, okay? So we have a country, we are in a very deep when it concerns the economy right now. Imagine the unemployment rate, okay? Our inflation is in excess of 32%, okay? And you have a sector that has contributed more than 50% to our national GDP, suffering due to the current economic crisis that we find ourselves. So organizing this kind of event is something that should, all the SMEs should leverage on what we have achieved today, okay, and see how they can take advantage of it to take their businesses to the next level, okay? We have the finance experts, we have the SME experts. Listen to them tells you that there is opportunity, even in the present crisis that we find ourselves, there is still opportunity in this land with a population of over 200 million. So Nigeria is, a fertile ground, for people to grow. Despite the pressure, the economic pressure, you see this SME still pushing, still thriving. So that is it. So it's a very good opportunity.
Can we know more about the DDMFB?
Okay, DDMFB, formerly known as Dabodani Microfinance Bank, has been in existence for the past 10 good years. We are a state microfinance bank, okay, licensed to operate in major markets in Lagos. As we speak, we are in 11 major locations, key markets in Lagos, where we do our business of microfinance bank. What we guarantee our customers is that financial freedom and prosperity in all we do. So we do that in aspect of our savings. We encourage customers to save. There's a product that we call SOL, where you save and make. So it is a product that we do every year. At the end of the period,
customers go away with very quality prices they have won for themselves, in addition to fantastic interest rate that we pay to these depositors. Okay, we have other savings products. Okay, we have our target savings, our personal savings. We have special savings. Okay, where customers save and enjoy our quality rates. Very fantastic and very competitive in industry. We also have our loan products. Okay, and that is where the deal is. Our loan products, we have SME, we have micro. Our SMEs, we do that to take the businesses to the next level. Okay, we have fantastic interest rates. Okay, our tenure, we drop these loans on a tenure. Okay, that is one, affordable and attractive to you. Okay, so our loan ranges from 1 to 12 good months. Okay, for other businesses like schools, okay, we drop these loans on quarterly basis or termly basis to enable these schools have cash flows to do what? Pay when the schools are in session. All right. So we have businesses out there in Alaba, Trade Fair, Ikeja, all the major markets in Lagos. DDMAB is playing real time, big time there. Okay, for SMEs.
Okay, so why only in Lagos, and what are your expansion plans?
DDMAB is a product of a successful buyover of One Unit Microfinance Bank. So having gotten the state license, okay, our 3-year strategic plan is to expand our horizon to see how we can foster this, our pursuit of financial freedom and prosperity to our customers, nationally. Okay, so we are looking at leveraging on technology, okay, seeing how we can deploy technology to our tools where you can sit at the comfort of your home, open our accounts, make application for loan, and have the same loan disbursed to you without leaving your debt. We are going to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
I'm Peter Chinedu Warfare. I'm a tax partner and also the head of tax at Forvis Mazars in Nigeria.
The panel session is centered on funding as a major constraint to the development of Nigerian SMEs.
Okay.
What can be done to address these challenges?
If you listen to quite a lot of people who've spoken, they'd say that the issue about funding is a serious issue for SMEs. One of the things that stood out for me was when they said that the people who house these funds, the commercial banks, even the funds that come from Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, even the grants that come from international financing organizations, they majorly go to the commercial banks who are supposed to redistribute the funds to SMEs. The problem is that these commercial banks do not understand SMEs. They are not interested in funding SMEs. I mean, you can see a lot of them say, oh, we have a table for SME does. But who is willing to sit down and see that, you cannot change the SMEs in Nigeria. I mean, the SMEs in Nigeria run a particular model that works for them. So if they have a job, if they want to do their business a lot of informal way, how can we come to their level, fund them at their level, and then make sure they receive this money and then scale their businesses? So for me, I think the problem is, let us change the model through which this funding comes. For now, the commercial banking model of funding SMEs is not working.
So do you see events like this bringing solutions to solve most of these challenges?
I think BusinessDay is doing excellently well. Why I tell you they do excellently well is that I was in the panel 2 years ago and I sat with other people from PwC. I mean, a partner from PwC. I think I also had a partner from Grant Thornton, and then I had other whites, big guys on the panel. Last time I also saw Ayo from Caladium speak passionately as he has spoken today. I saw Nelly from Niger Branch. These are people who SMEs cannot afford to talk to normally. I mean, yeah, we have a desk for SMEs in our firm, but I know it was quite expensive too. And how much of our time can we give to SMEs? We can't really give a lot of our time to SMEs, especially if they come to us in bits. But I'm happy that we have a platform. I'm happy that BusinessDay has been consistently doing this to gather speakers, to gather people who can speak to SMEs on how to scale their businesses, whether from the leadership or business management side or from the compliance side, as we see them talking about taxation. Yeah, so they're really doing a good work. And I feel quite sad that we don't get to see a lot of SMEs attend these events. And sometimes when they attend, maybe they sit for the session for finance or funding. After that, they run away. And
Go ahead.
but it's a good event.
Okay, so lastly, so what are your key takeaways?
Yeah, key takeaway quite a lot for me is I think I have an advice for Business Day too, and even everybody who organizes events like this. 2 years ago, the last panel session was for tax. This year, the last panel session will also be tax. So that is how and that's exactly what happens with SMEs. So SMEs, as they start their businesses, they do not plan to keep their records. They do not even plan for taxation. And there's a lot of tax risks that lies with SMEs. So when investors are willing to fund SMEs, when they come, they see that the penalties for them having not complied with taxation is quite a lot, is even more than the taxes they should have paid. So you see that the same culture of keeping taxation at the rear is what you see with SMEs. So they don't talk about taxation until the tax authorities come and say, oh, you have a fine. So for me, the takeaway is that we should give tax the priority it deserves. That's one. Second thing is that I encourage everybody who have learned one or two to follow up and see how they can improve on whatever they've learned today. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Lindo Nyeso, CEO Merit Multi-Services Incorporated, parent company to Makeup Maven NYNG, Beauty by Aubrey, and Melanie Cosmetics Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, good to have you. Now, so during your panel section, you highlighted access to digital tools and documentations as one of the challenges SMEs face. So, and that brings me to digital literacy. One thing is to have these tools, another thing is to handle them. So what can we do to ensure digital literacy at the grassroots level?
For digital literacy, I would say educate yourself. Read. Social media is a basic tool. Google is an important tool. I highlighted the fact that SMEs, especially the mom and pop shops, the smaller ones, you don't expect like the market woman who's selling it to have all this certification and to have all this. But I feel as you grow a business, as you develop a business, you have to get the basic certifications. You have to get the basic skill. You have to keep your paperwork. You have to keep a paper trail. And a paper trail, I believe, means you have to be able to keep records to how you pay your taxes. A lot of times you want to apply for, even the funding, the basic grants and all. They're going to ask you for track records. I say to every SME or to every business owner, open something called a black book. Get a folder. Get all your basic information scan it into your phone so that anytime anyone asks you for it, you're able to forward it effortlessly. Your ability to be ready, and when I mean ready with all the tools and all the information that you have to progress any kind of registration, progress any kind of qualification or anything is a very big and interesting approval status for anyone who's seeking to get anything for you. Another process I always say to anyone is people look at your credit worthiness. Your credit worthiness is one that you pay your taxes regularly. Your credit worthiness is how are you able to even supply to people who are buying from you. Your readiness to and your ability to even want to grow your business in any way all adds up to you being and we have our mothers who were market women. So for some reason, they had a paper trail for their monies. They knew what their profit margins were. They knew what kind of ROIs and were, expecting to people that they did business with. So it's a process that SMEs have to develop themselves, educate themselves, most importantly on.
Okay, access to funding remains a persistent issue when you talk about SMEs. So what can be done to tackle this system challenge?
As we discussed it, access to funding is relative. What are you looking for the funding for? A lot of people are not even qualified to get funding. I've had early in business funding that literally almost got me in trouble because I didn't know how to manage. So are you getting funding because you need the funding? There is an urgent need for it. Do you want to do supplies? Are you getting the funding because you need it to develop your business, to expand your business? Are you getting your funding for your own personal need? Those are two different things. So funding is relative. You have to go into your space and look at the growth of your business. And in all fairness, with the global inflation now, COVID, every business suffered. If you have a business that is still standing after COVID, that survived COVID, I want to applaud you, because that was a strategic and it was a systemic process to end a lot of businesses. But a lot of businesses are still standing now. Some had to restart. A lot of the brands that we had, a lot of the things that we were doing, we had to restart them. So you now have to come to a place where, as the world is progressing, as the world is moving at a supersonic speed, what are you trying to do? How are you trying to grow your business? And at that point, what do you need the funding for? In our case, we're thinking of 2025, a lot of expansion, a lot of made in Nigeria. How do we bring manufacturing into what we do? How do we get all the qualification, get all the NAFDAC, registrations to be able to produce some of our products, since we, want to start exporting out of Nigeria? So it's relative, very relative.
Okay, let me have your key takeaways on the event today, and how do you think events like this can help accelerate the growth of Nigerian SME sector?
Well, it was important to have an event like this because it's educative, it's informative. Then there's a lot of networking involved. So you're meeting people who can, and we're talking about collaboration, partnerships. How are you going to learn about collaboration and partnership if you're not coming to events like this? How would I have met Ayo? Or how would I have met Sheila OJ today? Or how would I have met Mr. Usu if I didn't come to an event today? To know that there are literally bodies and organizations and agencies that are very interested in giving out grants, looking for funding, helping you to document and package yourself to go seek funding from across the world, globally. And it's global business we want SMEs to do going forward.
My name is Paul Chibuzo-Soho. I am the head of SME business of Z-Banks Finance Limited.
Okay, sir. Access to funding has remained a persistent challenge in the sector. So what can be done as someone in the finance space to address most of these challenges?
A lot actually needs to be done first from the financial service provider, which is those of us in the financial service sector, from the SME part also, and also lastly from the government side. So let me start from the financial service provider. For SME financial service provider like the banks and Z-Banks, today we have been able to do a lot when it comes to helping SME businesses to have access to funds. And one of the things that we've been able to do is for us to be able to design our process in a way to suit the structure of SME businesses in Nigeria today. For example, we have over 40 million SME business. Out of these 40 million SME businesses, less than 5% are formalized, meaning that over 95% of them are not formalized. And formalization of business is one of the basic requirements for you to have access to funds. And like I mentioned during my speech, it is one thing for the financial service provider to design a requirement, basic requirements that SME have to meet in order for them to be able to have access to funds. But also is another thing for them to be able to design a requirement or an eligibility criteria to suit what is currently on ground. Now, if the majority of the SME businesses are not structured, and we are setting up a structure, a requirement that require them to be structured, automatically it means that, like every other financial institution, we are only focusing on the 5% that are formalized, meaning the 95% that are not formalized can't have access to funds. So why don't you come up with a process or a structure, a requirement that will adapt to the 95% that are not structured? So this is what we are currently doing in Z-Banks. We are using technology to drive financial inclusion by not just focusing on the businesses that are well formalized, but also by trying to structure our process to be able to bring in on board a lot of SME businesses that are not formalized. That is on the financial service providers part. Now, on the SME business owners, they also need to go a step further. Of course, I know change. Change is very, very difficult. A lot of people do not want to change. They are so used to the way they used to do their business. Asking them now to change from what they are used to what needs to be done in order for them to be able to have access to funding is kind of difficult. So, having on board this SME, we try to train them, to coach them on how to formalize their business. In fact, we go to the point of helping them to register their business, also helping them to, we have services that can help them to document or formalize their business transaction. You understand? So we also go to educate and enlighten them on the importance of having a business well formalized. Because the truth is that if you cannot build a system around your business, if you die or anything happens, the business automatically dies with you.
Yeah.
So it is not enough for you to have a business that is making profits. Maybe you're generating 1 million. But the question is, can the business outlive you? Most of the big businesses in the world today, Walmart, Lego, they are all started as a family business. But they were able to build a system around their business. And it is the system that they built around their business that made this business uplift them. So the SME business owner needs to go a step further to be able to build a system around their business so that their business can uplift them. By so doing, they will be able to have not just access to fund, they will have this assurance that, okay, even if tomorrow something happened to you, I'm no longer, in the business, I am 101% sure that this business will terminally uplift. And lastly, from the government aspect, the government also needs to do a lot. And that was one of the things I appreciate so much about what one of the speakers mentioned, is that the government needs to build a system, to address the current constraint that SME businesses are facing today. Unfortunately, what the government is doing, they are trying, but they still have a lot to do. So the government cannot just continue the way they have been supporting SME business and expect SME business that are contributing more than 84% to the country GDP to be able to strive. So one of the things government needs to do is that government needs to come up with a program that will address the current challenges that SME businesses are currently facing. And I'm sure that if these 3 things are put into consideration, SME business today will be able to strive and have easy access to funds. And the truth is that there are trillions of dollars out there looking for businesses, looking for home. People use the word, home. And if SME businesses do not have the required structure, they will keep complaining that, it's difficult to have access to funds. The reason is because structurally, they are not even positioned, to have access to this fund. So the financial sectors have a big role to play. The SME business owners have a big role to play, and the government also have a very big role to play in order for us to be able to achieve this collective goal.
All right, so lastly, can we get your key takeaways from the...
Okay, my key takeaway is just what I mentioned, is that every one of us here today, the SME, the financial sector, and the government, everyone have a very big role to play if we must succeed. Because there's no any economy in the world today that can do without SME. It's practically almost impossible. The truth is that we all know government has no business in business. Government needs to create an enabling environment for business owners, for SME business to be able to strive. So the best government can do is just to create an enabling environment. And that is where the private sector needs to actually come in. And for me, every one of us, the private sector, the government, the SME, everyone has a very big role. So one of the things I gain here is that we all have to play our own role. Everyone must play his own role properly. And in addition to that, everyone must understand the government, the financial service provider, which is the banks, and the SME needs to understand the pain points of each other. The government needs to understand what are the challenges the SMEs are facing. The SME needs to understand what are the challenges that the government are facing that is making the governments not to be able to provide this enabling environment. The same thing, the SME and the financial service provider needs to understand the pain point of each other so that everyone can structure their process to align with each other's pain points in order to be able to address these unique needs.
Thank you so much.
My name is Dr. Femi Egbeshola. I'm the National President, Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, known as ASBOS.
Okay, sir. The panel discussions today are centered on funding as a major constraint in this space, and you're a big player in that space. So, your own view, what can be done to address this funding challenges through this space?
Funding has been one of the major challenges of NMSME, N for nano, M for micro, S for small, M for medium. So it's been one major challenges across boards for all of us. And we feel that government needs to approach it with a different model. The current model has been on for many years, and it has not been successful. Successful in the sense that 12% of MSME have been able to access funding over the years. At the same time, too, with all the many intervention fund of government, we have not seen tangible impact in the MSME ecosystem. It means that something new needs to be done. One of the things that we feel needs to be done is that government really need to collaborate with critical stakeholders in the MSME ecosystem for whatever policy they want to do, including funding policy and intervention programs. If government is able to cooperate and at the same time collaborate with critical stakeholders in the MSME sector, we will be able to co-own, co-create, co-implement, co-monitor, and co-evaluate the funding process. And that will give us a different result. Again, also is the fact that the major segment of the MSME ecosystem is the nano and the micro sector. They form about 85% of the MSME ecosystem. The funding model we have now does not go in tandem with their capacity. And the structures available now is not accessible to this particular set of nano and micro business owners. We need to begin to draw down and look at how we can rejig our financing policies to be able to accommodate these vulnerable ones and bring them on board for funding. We also need to ensure that a lot of capacity building is done for the MSMEs also, so that they will get to learn where funding are, how to access it, what they need to do, and build their capacities to be able to do it. We also need to work on ensuring that financial literacy is improved upon, so that when they get this funding, they'll be able to use it for the right purpose and repay back at the right time.
Okay, sir. So I think you answered both my first and second question well. Yeah, okay, so let me have your key takeaways on the event today.
Yeah, for today, I think it's a wonderful platform created by BusinessDay to practically build the capacities of MSMEs again. For us to grow, we must be able to scale. It is either we scale or we die. And this event has given us a lot of insights, a lot of nuggets on how we can scale our businesses. We want to begin to see actionable plans coming up from the MSMEs that are here today to take away what information they've gotten here to improve their businesses, such that 2025 and beyond, we see business scaling up and coming back to give testimonies that these are some of the things they learned while they attended BusinessDay SME 100 Conference 2024.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
My name is Kehinde Oluwayemisi Omojigbe-Favogo. I'm the founder, CEO of the Fufu Factory.
Congratulations on winning an award on the under SME 100 category by BusinessDay. So how do you feel to be recognized for what you do?
It feels good, really. Honestly, it feels good. This is hard work. This is perseverance. This is doggedness. This is telling myself I've chased other people's dream for almost 25 years. It's time to chase mine and not throwing in the towel in any way, in any form. And this is starting a business that is totally not the way it's done anywhere in the whole of West Africa. And I'm putting my exposure, my background, my education, my experience, I'm bringing it into something local. I'm making it something that is worthwhile and everybody can appreciate and everybody can have access to.
Okay, beautiful. I love the fact that, as you said, you're taking something local, international. I mean, that is phenomenal. So the theme for this conference or for this award event is Scaling for Success, Growth Opportunities for Nigeria SMEs. So now that you've been recognized for what you've achieved so far, going forward, how will Fufu Factory be scaling for success? What are some of the things that you were doing that will serve as a template for other businesses to learn from as well?
For us, this award is just like our springboard, our starting point, because this is saying we're just starting. Being recognized, it's not the success. It's sustainability of sustaining the capacity to be able to sustain that success. That's what this is for us. Telling ourselves that, look, in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, in 40 years' time, when you come back, we're still there. And for us, part of what we're doing, we're scaling up. We've invested in machines and equipment. We're looking at having more branches for our business. We're looking at working more with distributors and online platforms to be able to get our goods more easily accessibly. We're looking at working with logistic companies because for us, customers' experience is the most important thing for us. As long as the customer is happy with what you get from you, you always be sure of having a repeat business. And for us, a returning customer is our joy, is our pride, because it's full. You eat every day. And so for a customer to choose us over and over and over again, that's the biggest thing for us. And that's our staying power, that when you buy from us, you have a good experience for you to want to come back. And for us is for Fufu Factory to be an household name in the whole of Africa and beyond.
And that's lovely. Thank you very much for your time. And I look forward to the great and outstanding feat that Fufu Factory will be achieving onwards.
Thank you so much. It's an honor being here. And thank you for this. I appreciate it.
My name is Nsikak Akwan, and I'm the founder at ChipFest Limited. Now, ChipFest is a travel agency specialized in arranging packages, amazing packages, study packages, and vacation packages, hotel reservations, flight reservation with exclusive rates, and everything you need in the travel industry.
So first of all, congratulations on winning the award tonight. And I'm sure you've done a lot of things to be here. So the theme for the event today is Scaling for Success, Growth Opportunities for Nigerian SMEs. So what has ChipFest done, or how did ChipFest fit into this theme, Scaling for Success?
ChipFest has actually done a lot, especially in the travel industry, because we try as much as possible to offer the best rates possible to most people that reach out to us. Most of our clients, in fact, they're always very happy based on the fact that they reach out to us and we get them fantastic deals. And we also try to also portray the country in a very good way, of course, because we know things are happening, the country is the way it is, but, we still try as much as possible to give the best service that we can do from our own end. Business is, you do well, you do the same to the other people that are reaching out to you and everything. So ChipFest has been there to ease the process. In fact, our slogan is travel with ease. So you get to travel with ease, conveniently. There's no scams on, so we can just get you exactly what you need at ChipFest. So that's it.
Okay, so, going forward, what should we be expecting from ChipFest?
Okay, ChipFest, we have an amazing thing coming up, right? We are working with a lot of travel agencies to get the best deals. We're working on a platform that can actually give Nigerians the best deals from a lot of travel agencies that are currently existing. But we've seen a lot happening. You don't need to go too far. We just search through a random search and you get to see everything you need from every travel agency. So you get the best rates. ChipFest are actually been there to ease everything that has to do with travel, to make it cheaper, more affordable. You can see it anywhere you are. So that's what we'll do at ChipFest. So, and that's what we're looking at doing next year and the coming years.
So last question, just tell me about the taste of Nigerians for traveling.
The what?
The taste of Nigerians for travel.
The taste of Nigerians for travel, of course, everybody knows how Nigerians everybody wants to live, right? Everybody wants to live. Most people will go for study, some will go for visits. We do have lots of requests coming in, every time. Just that these days, the whole thing with the dollar has made some people lay back. But then we are still getting Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians want to travel. And we, on their end, we actually see some other people saying they want to actually come back. Yeah, there are instances that will tell you, no, I can't stay here anymore. I want to come back and see how I can continue here in Nigeria. But the rate at which people are living, of course, is way, way higher than ones coming back.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. I look forward to more from ChipFest.
My name is Adebimpe Osointi. I am the CEO and founder of Dear's Delight. Dear's Delight is a healthy treat manufacturing company in Lagos, Nigeria. And we offer a range of healthy treats from dairy.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to Real Talk with Pam, the show where authenticity meets conversation and where we turn lived experiences into shared ones. Today's show will be one that inspires and encourages you to focus on your holistic health and fitness. I will be talking to the amazing Dr. Blossom Madwa-Fokwa, a public health physician at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital and a fitness enthusiast. Stay tuned for a great show. Hello, Dr. Blossom. Welcome to Real Talk with Pam. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. My pleasure.
Great. I've been looking forward to our conversation.
Awesome.
So tell me, so you're a woman who wears many hats. You're a physician, You're the executive director of an oil company, Techon, and you are a fitness guru. I want you to talk about your work with Luth, your public health physician. Tell me, what does it look like on a daily basis? What do you do on a daily basis?
Okay, so what I do at Luth, my work as a public health physician, is I'm very passionate about public health. So public health involves looking at the health of a community rather than looking at the health of an individual.
Right.
So what we do, I do see patients at Luth, but what we mostly do is we work on issues that affect communities.
Right.
Things like ensuring that we have preventive measures in place. For example, rolling out vaccination campaigns, health education programs, or things like environmental health, looking at ensuring that we have proper sanitation, access to clean water, responding to outbreaks. We just had a cholera outbreak where quite involved in responding to that outbreak. So these are the things that we do. And sort of when we do what we do well, you guys won't even know we exist because we prevent you from getting sick. So that's, in a nutshell, is what I do. Aside from that, we also do a lot of research because public health is based on a lot of research. So that is basically what I do as a public health physician.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Great. So I know that you're really passionate about women's health and fitness.
Yes.
And one of the things that I wanted you to speak on is particularly women who are in their 50s. We're both in our 50s. You look amazing, by the way.
Thank you. You too.
So especially women who are sort of in the perimenopause, menopause phase of their lives. Can you talk about what they need to be doing in that phase to take care of their health and fitness? I know that, you know, you walk the talk, you know.
Thank you.
So could you just talk to us about what can women do, particularly in that phase, to really take care of their health and fitness, because there are changes in their bodies, because of all the hormonal changes. How can they begin to take care of themselves?
So I like this question. And the reason I like this question is because people don't talk about it. No one wants to talk about menopause or perimenopause. It's like your mother went through it, your grandmother went through it. Why are you making all this noise? But people actually need the knowledge because it's extremely important. So some of the changes that occur around menopause, and people need to understand this. So one of the things that happens is our hormone levels drop.
That's right.
Drastically. A friend of mine actually did her hormonal assay and she said her estrogen level was 0.03.
Oh my goodness.
Exactly. So it actually drops really low. And what is the impact of that? What happens is you begin to lose muscle mass. People don't realize we begin to lose muscle mass from age 30.
Right.
We begin to lose bone mass. So it makes you vulnerable to fractures and things, falls and things like that. And then those hormones, those are happy hormones. So when they drop, you get moody, people begin to have anxiety attacks, and people start wondering what's going on with me. So people need to understand the background of what is going on and things they can do. So this is what I tell people, some of the things that you can do. Of course, there are medications, there are hormonal replacement therapies that are available, which some people may benefit from. However, there are things that we can also do. Of course, physical activity, extremely important. And this is what I tell people. Strength training, there's lots of different types of exercise. There's cardio, running, jogging, walking. But the one I stress for perimenopausal women is strength training.
Okay.
So like lifting weights, even body weight training, that is also very important. And what that does is it helps you to build muscle mass. So it sort of reverses that aging change of muscle mass loss. And what that does for you is, we know that muscle is what helps you burn calories. So when you start losing your muscle mass, your ability to burn calories begins to drop. So that's why people tend to gain weight because you're not able to burn as many calories as you could when you were younger. But you're able to reverse that because you're building back your muscle mass. Again, what you're doing as your muscle mass is rebuilt, it pulls on your bone because your muscles are attached to your bones.
Right.
It pulls on your bones and it makes your bones stronger. So you're actually killing so many birds with that one stone of strength training. So one thing I tell women is physical activity, exercise, very important, but focus on strength training without neglecting the others. Of course, your nutrition is very important. Am I going to eat the way I ate when I was 25? No, because my body will not have the ability to burn calories as efficiently as it did when I was younger. So you have to now focus on what you actually eat. Your food has to be nutrient dense, not calorie dense.
Right, fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic. And I really appreciate what you said about strength training because I know being 50, you get into osteoporosis.
Exactly.
So you lose muscle mass, like you say. And even if it's going on YouTube and looking up what are the exercises you can do. So it's easily available today for women.
Very easily available.
That's great. So that moves me on to my next question, actually. I was going to ask you about diets. So having lived in England for so many years and I came back, one of the things I found challenging was the diet. I actually still find it very challenging because here in Nigeria, we eat very carbohydrate dense food, we eat a lot of fried foods, whereas I'm so used to just eating lots of fruit and vegetable. Now, not everybody can go to Rene supermarket or delis or, Ebano even and buy those things. They're very, very expensive. So can you tell us, how can you eat a very healthy diet, particularly for women at our age, but localize it for the Nigerian context? Because I think people find that very, very challenging to be able to do that.
So this actually speaks to the westernization of our culture.
Right.
Because we're at the point where we can't find our vegetables, we can't find natural foods. But if we cast our minds back to when we were younger, natural foods were all we actually ate.
That's right.
Like when I was growing up, if we wanted to use vegetables in food, we just went into our back garden and plucked the vegetables and cooked with those vegetables. So in the same, if we think about it in the same way, if we go into our local markets, you don't have to go into a supermarket to buy your fruits and veggies. Go into our local markets. We have different types of vegetables and fruits available. What I say to people is stick to fruits that are in season. You don't have to eat foods that are imported from abroad.
Right.
You can eat local fruits and we have lots of them. If you go, I used to have a habit of just walking into the market and just...
Right.
And then, now things are very, very difficult for a lot of people, but they're still cheaper than you would find, say, in a supermarket.
That's true.
So I would say go into our markets. We have lots of grains. Sometimes you walk into the market, you see lots of grains, different types of grains in pans. You can take advantage of what we have locally. We don't have to purchase everything that is imported.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true. So what kind of fruits would you say that are good for people who are conscious about health?
Yes.
What kind of fruits would you recommend, for
Okay,
example,
so the
vegetables?
way I recommend fruits is, first you need to understand what you're consuming. So we have vitamins and we have minerals. So vitamins are vitamins A, B, C, D, and E. Your body needs all of them.
Right.
And our minerals, we have like zinc, etc. Your body needs all our minerals. So how do you access our minerals? We access our minerals mainly through our vegetables. So like ugu, spinach, we have lots of them in the market. You can access your zinc, your folic acid, which is very good for building your red blood cells, your blood cells. Then we have vitamins. Many fruits will have vitamin B, for example. So if you go into the market, for example, oranges will have a lot of vitamin C. So you have that sorted out. Depending on the season, I love agbalumo.
Right.
So when that fruit is in season, I buy it all the time because it has lots of vitamins. It has vitamin B, it has vitamin C, it has lots of fiber.
Right.
So what I say is identify the fruit that is in season. For example, we have pawpaw, pineapple. Those are perennial fruits. They are in season all the time. You can buy those as well. So you have most of your vitamins covered if you purchase the fruits that we have available in our local markets.
Local markets. Okay,
Yes.
and what about this whole idea of carbohydrates? How much carbohydrate do we actually need? Because you have people who are like, I'm on a keto diet, I'm on a no carbs or intermittent fasting or whatever. Can you debunk this whole? I think carbohydrates get a bad rap.
They do get a bad rap.
Can you demystify it for us? And how much carbs do you actually need, particularly as you're getting older? Yeah.
So the truth is, our bodies need all of the nutrients. So our macronutrients, carbohydrates, fats, proteins, our bodies need all of them because each one serves a different purpose. For example, your carbohydrates you need for energy.
Yeah.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called no-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. So your body does need carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. So in general, we usually say 45 to 50% of your diet should be carbohydrates, and then protein should be about 25%, and then the rest should be fats. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. So that 50%, you need to actually bring it down to about 40%, depending on how physically active you are. So usually we give a range of, say, 40 to 50% or more, depending on how physically active you are.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick break right now and we'll return shortly to continue this fantastic conversation with Dr. Blossom. Welcome back to Real Talk with Pam, where authenticity meets conversation. We're here with Dr. Blossom, and we're going to continue our fabulous conversation. So, Dr. Blossom, I wanted to ask about supplements for women. I think that as we get older, our bodies need more supplementation. Maybe I'm wrong, so you can tell me about that as well. First of all, can we get all our supplementation from food? Because people are constantly trying to plug different things. You need vitamin A, you need B complex, you need probiotic. So what supplements do you think we need as women as we're getting older, apart from our diet?
So when you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
And a lot of the nutrients, micronutrients that you have in supplements, they're called micronutrients. Micronutrients because your body needs them in only tiny amounts.
Right.
And those amounts can be consumed in the food that you eat. So where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. So we put them on iron supplements, we put them on folic acid supplements because they need more of those. or sometimes a child has what we call malnutrition,
Right.
micronutrient malnutrition, or what we call hidden hunger.
Mhm.
We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that. Thank you very much.
Yes, and secondly, a lot of the supplements that are in the market, because they are supplements, they don't go through the normal drug approval.
Right.
So a lot of them, you don't actually know what dose you're supposed to be taking. You don't actually know what you're taking.
Right.
Again, a lot of them, our bodies are not built to absorb them. So a lot of them just pass through your
Pass
guts
through you,
and
basically.
exactly,
Right.
because they are not in the form that your body can even absorb.
Yeah. That's really good to know.
Yeah.
That's really good to know. Thank you. All right. So you're a fitness enthusiast.
Yes.
Amongst many things. And you run a Zumba class, Blossom
I do.
Fitness
Yes,
Hub,
I do.
which is amazing. I've
Thank
been
you.
there. I'm
Thank
a
you.
beneficiary of that. And you've run 9 marathons.
Yes.
That is incredible. I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Have you always been like that? Have you always been a fitness enthusiast?
To be honest, yes. I was actually thinking about it this morning. I'm like, how did I get into all of this? And I think one of the things that sort of drove me in this direction was my dad.
Okay.
So my dad played tennis. He didn't actually come out to say to any of us, you guys should exercise. But we saw him like every day after work, he'll have his siesta and then he'll go and play tennis. So we just saw him being physically active. So I think I just grew up just having the same kind of mindset. So I've always wanted to be physically active. And then particularly when I started having children, my goal was always to lose the baby weight after each pregnancy.
Right.
So after each pregnancy, I'll try to lose the baby weight. And then at some point I was like, okay, I think I need to join a gym to be successful.
Right.
So I joined a gym. And then first pregnancy, second pregnancy. By the third one, I couldn't lose the weight. I was like, what is going on? Then one day I was never a runner. One day I was in the gym, I was on the treadmill. Usually I will walk for 20 minutes and just take it easy. So one of the trainers at the gym was like, why don't you just run on the treadmill? I said, no, I'm not a runner. And then he said, just 5 minutes. So I said, and I really needed to lose that weight. So I ran for 5 minutes. I almost died. Then the next time I was there, I did the same thing. After a while, the 5 minutes was like nothing. So I said, okay, I'll do 10. I started doing 10, and then 10 became 20, 30, 40, 1 hour, and one day I ran a marathon.
As they say.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think that women can get intimidated by exercise. I mean, now I'm in my 50s. I used to do a lot of exercise in my 30s, and I still walk. I walk 3 days a week, and I do some form of strength training 2 days a week. Yeah, but like my joints are feeling it. But I think for women, what would you say to women who actually want to, maybe they're not on a fitness journey yet, or they're now in their 50s, they're feeling aches and pains here and there. What would you say to them in terms of keeping fit? What's the ideal or minimum amount of minutes that you need to do daily, and how often for their cardiovascular? Because that's really important.
Very important. Yeah. So there's something we call an exercise prescription.
Okay.
So it's FIT, F-I-T-T. So frequency, intensity, timing, and type. So I'm going to start with timing, because the World Health Organization recommends 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise every week minimum.
Right.
Or 75 minutes of vigorous intensity physical activity every week. So that's something like walking, say, for 30 minutes, 5 days a week. So you're getting your 150 minutes. So that's like your minimum. So frequency, so that takes care of your frequency. I would recommend at least 3 times a week. But if you can do more, that would be even better. Now, intensity can be moderate intensity or vigorous intensity. So moderate intensity would be like me going for a walk. Vigorous intensity would be like me jogging. So that's like the difference. For biking would be vigorous intensity, physical activity. And then the timing, even though we said 150 minutes a week, you should, some people will be like, oh, I'm just going to do 5 minutes now. And we recommend that you do at least a block of at least 10 minutes at a time. So let's say you're doing 10 minutes every few hours. In one whole day, you can actually do up to 50 minutes. And then the type. So the type, there are 4 main types of exercise. Cardio, so that's the one that most people know. Running, jogging, walking, swimming, aerobics, dancing. And then we have strength training, of course, weightlifting, body weight training as well. Then we have flexibility exercises, which is very, very important. And I try to stress to not just women, men and women really, that are getting older. Very, very important. An example would be like yoga. A lot of people don't realize a lot of the aches and pains, body aches and pains that we have can actually be reduced with yoga.
Right.
Joint pains can actually be reduced with yoga. People don't realize that. Like one yoga class and you come out and you're like, wait, where did all those pains go? So it's very important. Then the last one is balancing exercises, which is also very important as you get older. Like Pilates, for example. So you don't have to be like a pro at any one of these things, but a little is better than none. So for someone that is just starting out, like you don't know where to start, I always give them what I call the 3 S's. Okay. The first S is start small.
Right.
So if it's 30 minutes of walking that you can handle, then walk for 30 minutes. If you can do it Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday, walk for 30 minutes. The second S is stay consistent. So you have to be consistent with whatever small exercise that you're doing. So your 30 minutes 4 or 5 times a week, you have to be consistent with your 30 minutes. And you keep doing it for several months till it becomes a habit. And then the last S is slowly increase.
Right.
So your 30 minutes becomes 40 minutes. And then at some point it becomes 50 minutes. And then it becomes 1 hour.
Right.
And then at some point you can add strength training or different forms of exercise. So that is what I tell people that are trying to start out. 3 S's, start small, stay consistent, and slowly increase.
Amazing. Those are absolutely great practical tips. Thank you for that. Fantastic.
My pleasure.
So last but not the least, Dr. Blossom, I'm going to ask you some quick fire questions.
Okay.
All right. Let me get my notes. So what's your favorite food?
Any Nigerian soup.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Any with
Nigerian soup.
What do you have it with?
Actually, just have it by itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Herbal tea or coffee? I think I know the answer.
Any day. My goodness.
Okay, fantastic. What's your favorite holiday destination?
My bed. I would rather just stay home than go anywhere.
Okay, I guess because you have an intense schedule
Yeah,
normally.
like vacations are work.
Yes, that's true. That is very true. How do you unwind apart from staying in bed?
People actually don't believe this, but I unwind in my Zumba class.
Yes, I thought you would say that.
Yeah.
They're fun. They're fun.
It's
They're real
just
fun.
so much fun, my
They're
goodness.
Fun. They're fun. And what are you most grateful for?
I'm grateful for God's gift to me. God has given me a gift of family, friends. I think I have the best family and just the best friends, the best people. Like everyone around me is just like, I just have the best quality people around me. I think that's what the thing I'm most grateful to God for just giving me the best support system.
Amazing,
Yes.
amazing. Thank you, Dr. Blossom.
My pleasure.
Great. It's been amazing to have Dr. Blossom with us today, and I hope you have found it really, really practical and inspiring. We've been inspired by her, and thank you for being on Real Talk with Pam, Dr. Blossom.
My pleasure.
I hope
Thank
you'll
you
come
so
back
much for
again.
having me. Oh, absolutely.
And maybe even teach us how to do a Zumba class. That'll be fantastic.
You know I would love to do that any
Absolutely,
day.
absolutely. Great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I hope you've enjoyed, learned, and connected with what has been shared today. Shout out to every woman out there putting one foot in front of the other daily and trying to give their best. We appreciate you. I'm Pamela Igbo. Till next time, stay authentic. Bye for now.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
watching Business Day Television.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finished, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880. It's now like 15,000. 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Okay, we're live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Business Day SME Clinic, where we will discuss strategies, insights, and solutions to help small and medium-sized enterprises thrive in today's business landscape. My name is Lubabatu Abubakar. I am a PR account manager at PR Fusions, a full-service public relations firm that is committed to helping its client, establish and sustain strong relationships with its stakeholders. Today, we will be discussing the topic marketing strategies for small business owners. What an interesting topic, which is a crucial aspect of business growth and sustainability. In an increasingly competitive market, having the right marketing strategies, can help small businesses build brand awareness, attract customers, drive sales, from leveraging digital platforms, to understanding customer behavior and creating compelling brand messaging. So, joining me in this session are some amazing business founders who will be sharing their wealth of knowledge, expertise, and they'll be introducing themselves shortly. I'm aware that Samuel Wafo has to leave us earlier than expected, so I'd like to start with him, and then we'll just take it from everyone. We'd just like to know you, tell us about yourself, what you do. So we'll start with Samuel Prince Wafo. Please, you have the floor. Is Samuel here? I can't hear anyone.
I think he dropped off. Maybe move to the next person.
Okay. So we'll go over to Tomiwa Ogumodidi. Please introduce yourself, tell us what you do, and all. Thank you.
Hi everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Tomiwa Ogumodidi. I am a product and brand designer with over 15 years of experience, and I'm also the co-founder of two fast-growing startups in Nigeria right now. Early Being, it's a bank for children, and Mula is a bank for crypto users and crypto owners. And I'm here to just share from my wealth of experience working in design, marketing, and products, hopefully to help small business owners to find interesting ways to hack marketing and growth through design. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much for joining us. We have Samson Olatunde here with us. Please go ahead. I think Samson, you're on mute.
Okay, so my name is Olatunde Samson. I'm a digital entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of Knowledge Digest Africa. And then we have a mandate to become African one-stop digital knowledge bank. And the whole idea is to have a one-stop platform where people can learn from the aspect of creating master classes, to mentoring people across different African countries, and thinking through about how we can have like a marketplace where you have your idea and then people can have access to all of those informations that you want to sell to people out there. So we are building something that we believe will be one-stop knowledge platform to help as many people all over the world.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us today. Ogugwa Belonwo.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. My name is Ogugwa Belonwo. I'm a software developer, digital marketer as well. I founded my job mag, and my job mag is a career platform in Nigeria, and basically we help employers and job seekers get the right jobs and find the right people. Basically, good to be here.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And we'll have Alfred next, Jackie Ray. I'm sorry, let me pronounce that again. It's Alfred Jari Cray. Did I get that?
Yes, you are forgiven.
Okay.
My name is Alfred Jari Cray, and I recently founded DigiPrad, which is a digital agency that is helping businesses of all sizes to pretty much reach new markets. Either you're trying to expand in Africa or you're trying to come into Nigeria, DigiPrad is your plug. Before that, I have close to a decade experience managing marketing campaigns for different brands across agency side of things, as well as the client side of things. Talking about brands in fintech space, brands in the crypto space, brands in logistics, brands in FMCG, and the likes. It's a great honor to be here, and I can't wait to share, from my little experience so far. All right.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Well, I like what you all do, and I really want to learn also, so I'm expectant. Okay, so we'll be moving straight ahead into the presentation segments. Our speakers will share their insights, they'll share experiences, practical strategies to help small business owners to be able to navigate this marketing world successfully, And I believe you all bring a unique perspective. So everyone, our listeners, prepare to take notes so you can gain, your knowledge, discover actionable steps that you'd use to elevate your business. I'm aware also that some of you have your presentations, so please, I will start with Dr. Samson Olatunde. If you will please take over. Let us know all we need to know about marketing strategies for small business owners, please. I want to know. I want to learn.
Okay, thank you. So it's a bit difficult when you have me to be the first person to speak, where you have lots of powerful guys in house, but it's a great privilege. I think I should start with the understanding of the fact that whatever you're doing starts from where you are. I think that's very important. So there's a part of you thinking about starting. You can get everything ready before we get into the marketplace, but there are some indicators that you need to look after. Because we're talking about how do you sell? How do you make money from what you're doing? So there's a part of you starting. There's a part of you thinking about scaling. There's a part of you building momentum to probably be able to sustain what you're doing, because starting is not just enough. How do you scale? How do you sustain? How do you build a system? And then that business becomes something that can run without you getting involved. So I start from the aspect of starting. Because in the place of marketing, you have to identify first the 5 W's and the 1 H. So who are you? Well, who are your customers? What products are you selling in the marketplace? That's the what of the W. When do you want to launch out that product? Where are the people? On what platforms can you find the people? Because you need to be honest to yourself to ask basic questions. If you're able to crack that answers to those questions, you yourself cracking the answers to those questions based on what you want to sell to people out there, then you should be able to start off, and then you should be able to build a momentum to be able to build around what you're starting. So there's a who, there's a where, there's a when, there's a what you're selling, and there's a why are you in that industry? Why are you selling that product? What solution are you providing? Because exchange for value demands that you are selling something, right? So if you're able to crack that 5W and 1H, how do you want to go about it? And that's where the marketing part, is what I'm going to be sharing. So the first part is first, there must be what I call like an online office. So why can't you think about opening a blog for yourself? It could be a paid blog or a free blog. It's just how where you can direct the attention of people to. Because if you don't have where people can have access to those products or services you're trying to advertise or trying to market on different platforms, then you'll be spending much without you be able to harvest so much. Because the essence of why you're thinking about having a blog or a website is for you to be able to have a platform where you can also harvest a list. List is simply contact of people that you want to get, people that are willing to want to subscribe to what you are trying to advertise. So in moving forward from your website, think about having what we call an opt-in form. Because the essence of the opt-in form is that if 1,000, 10,000, 5,000 people get on your platform, maybe you're trying to do a promo, maybe you have a free offer you're trying to give someone out there, and they get on your platform. I mean, the pop-up comes out, which is like the opt-in, to tell people to probably subscribe if they are willing. Now, if 1,000 people get on your page, on your social media platform, whatever platform you're using to market, and then you're able to have like 10, 20, 30% of those people opt into your opt-in list, which is the form you've created that you're willing to give someone a discount or an ebook for you to get their contact first so they can send to them. The people that subscribe to that opt-in are your potential customers to buy from you. So because you don't have a lot of money to be able to scale and promote and project whatever you want to sell to people out there, you have to also think about a low budget strategy of how do I get contact of people that are my prospects. Because on the internet, you always have four set of people. You have the suspects, you have the prospects, you have the paying customers, and you have the clients. Now, the suspects are those who get on the internet, keep saying what you are doing, but never make any move. They are called suspects. The moment that person starts to like, make comments, ask questions about what you're doing, right? That person has moved from being a suspect to a paying customer. Now, what will make you to be able to turn a suspect to a paying customer is number 3, marketing strategy, your content marketing. Your content must be like a storytelling. Your content must be educative, must be entertaining. Your content must drive what I call the idea formula: attention, interest, desire. And must think about how to close the sales, right? So it means that while you're writing or while you're doing that podcast, that article, is you have the end in mind. Is that you're sending people to be able to, you're directing people back to your platform to give an offer, right? Or you are sending them to get on your social media platform. Maybe you want to build followers. I mean, you must be able to know the why of you writing or you doing a podcast or sharing information around content on that platform. Because while you're doing that, you will be able to, over time, build what we call credibility. Now, people will know you to be like a professional in that field, and you're just scaling your conversation around your area of interest. Don't just be quick to market. Be quick to educate people with information. Be quick to direct people to where they can get more value, because in doing that, it's easier for you to sell. Now, imagine that you're doing, like, for instance, a content marketing strategy that in another 2 weeks, once in 2 days or every day, you will get a guide that will show you how you can create, how you can make money from maybe your industry or the industry where you want to target. And then you're giving them different tips. I bet you, if you decide to give an offer that you have a product, a masterclass, or an online course that they can take, I can tell you that you're going to have more people subscribing to that. Why? Because over time, you've built the last 1 week or 2 weeks to be able to use content marketing as a strategy to educate people, to show them different tips, and then they are willing to get the full package of what you are trying to share. Now, so that means that I may not have so much money, but I'm able to convert what I know into a strategy of content that can be shared in bits to people on my email marketing list or my WhatsApp group. And then that's how you're able to use that strategy to be able to turn that to cash. Maybe I should just give 2 more strategy. Now think about building what we call a community, because the essence of why that guy or that lady from being a suspect to prospect is willing to want to pay, which is the offer you are trying to give, which is the ideal formula that I've given. Attention, interest. Your storytelling must give an attention. Your headline must target the right people. The interest is the body of the conversation you are having. The desire is that you are telling them this can also be theirs. They can also make this money, just like you're sharing a story of somebody. And then you're giving them an offer, which is you closing the sales, right? And in order for those people to subscribe, you must have a payment system that they have access to be able to subscribe to that. Imagine you trying to want to sell something to someone, and then the account details you're having is, the bank you're using is not known to people. The payment gateway that you're using has issues of bounce rates and all of that. You're going to have people interested, but the money will never come to you. You're going to lose interest. Why? Because you're using a wrong payment gateway to be able to get your money faster, because you'll build a momentum to get people to be interested for you to close the sales. So in trying to turn that prospect to a paying customer, you must give an offer to that person. And the moment that person subscribes, the person has turned to be a paying customer and no more a prospect. The moment the person buys from you more than once, person becomes a client. So your marketing strategy must be done in a way that you are trying to turn a suspect to a prospect to a paying customer, and a paying customer to become a client. How you can do that is for you first, in summary, get yourself a blog, right? Or get yourself an online platform that people can come to. Make sure that all of the details you want them to get is on that platform. Number 2, think about putting an opt-in list, how you can gather people's information, right? People that are interested. So as you're doing that target marketing, using your Facebook ad, Instagram ad, and whatever strategy you're blasting on WhatsApp, you're using email marketing that you already have existing, you're doing word of mouth marketing. These are different ways you can market without spending so much. You are trying to get to the right people because you need to answer the 5 W's and the 1 H that I talked about. And then the moment those people get into your funnel, you must have what we call an autoresponder. Autoresponder, you have a lot of them. You have MailerLite, you have MailChimp, you have different autoresponder that you can subscribe to, right? If you're able to successfully subscribe to an autoresponder, what that means is that all of the content you want to share to people, you can use the autoresponder to power the information. So you don't need to be on the system every time. You don't need to, you can just develop all of the content, you program it with the autoresponder, and it goes right away to the email of people for them to see what you're trying to show them before you can now close your sales. I think the last one is for you to think about joining different community of people that are potential customers, that are prospects to buy from you. So you have Neverland, you have different forums, right, that you can join. Get to the segment that really interests you, that you have a product, which is a solution, or a service, which is a solution you're trying to offer to those people. And then get to be like, I call it a solution provider. Somebody is asking for help, give that person tips, don't market yet. As you're doing that, you're building momentum with your username on those forums, right? Over time, when you give an offer, because you have consistently helped people by giving them different directions to different questions they're having, the different issues or questions they're asking, that gives you like an edge for you to be able to like put a promo together and then put on that same platform. I can assure you that you're going to get more conversion. Why? Because over time, you are known in that forum to always give ideas, solutions to people on the platform. If you can use some of this marketing strategy, right, it means that you can scale, not just starting now, because you are the one trying to put all of that in place, using tech as an enablement for yourself. Then you can think about scaling. That means you can decide to begin to outsource. That's how you scale what you're doing. You can decide to increase your marketing budget and then hire somebody based on commission. That's a way of scaling in terms of marketing what you have to people out there. I mean, there are thousands, millions of people in different industry based on the product or service you want to sell. How you're able to move from starting to scaling and then building a sustainable strategy around that, which I call system. System, SYSTEM. Save you stress, time, energy, and money. How do you build a system? Use technology as an enablement to make it work for you. So which means you're thinking about autoresponder, you're activating an AI tool to make you do a lot of things. So you may not literally be online. You may not start things from the scratch. I mean, imagine, let me give you, finally, how do you get content if you don't know how to write? On Google, just type in private label rights. Private label rights are, rights that you have access to. And if you get access to a private label right material, either audio, video, articles, books, once you have access to a private label right material, the law says that you have the right to do anything to it. So you may not be a good writer. You may not really have that energy, or you don't have that skill to write, but you can have access to what we call a private label right material and use it to create a lot of content around what you're doing. And always ensure that you document your process, testimonials, results you're getting, keep documenting it. And over time, that becomes like a reference for you and give you what we call an SEO towards what you're doing. I think I'm able to share. I think let me stop here because I know we have a lot of people on this platform. Thank you.
Is it just me or did I lose audio from Mr. Sampson?
Can you still hear me?
Yes, okay, now I can. All right, thank you so much for sharing that insight. Dr. Sampson, I like what you said about, leveraging online platforms where you can harvest contacts from. And then also what you said about low budget strategies, we like thinking about low budget strategies. I also like how you talked about content marketing strategies and then joining a community of potential customers and get to be a solution provider so that you can scale up. Those are really, really, really valuable insights. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Tomiwa Ogumodede, I'm coming to you now. We would like to hear from you. Please share from your wealth of experience. Marketing strategies for small business owners.
Thank you very much. I have a very small presentation. I'm going to try to share my screen. Hopefully there shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I'm hoping you can see my screen. Can you?
Yes.
Okay. I've lost my Zoom screen actually. Well, I'll just get to it. Give me 1 minute. Okay. All right. So, my plan here is to speak about yeah, it's sharing the wrong screen. I'm sorry. Give me a second, please. So I'm very interesting sometimes.
Tomiwa, while you sort that out, is that okay if we just hop onto I would like to introduce, I would like Mr. Oh, okay, you're back on. All right, it's okay.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. So, we're talking about building a digital first brand, touching on marketing strategies for the modern entrepreneur. I touched on the term modern entrepreneur because for me it's very important that we capture the fact that people who are selling today, small, big businesses, are having to evolve into modern strategies because we're living in a world today that is very digital centric, where people are inundated by 1,000 things every day. So many things are vying for your attention as a consumer. So you as the seller have to ensure that you're constantly finding ways to break through that noise and ensure that the people who are supposed to patronize you can find you and can find ways to interact with you. And the three key themes in which we're touching on are why digital first matters so much today, how design thinking can elevate how your brand is perceived, and low-cost design and growth tactics that will ensure that, again, you can crack that signature and make sure that the people who need to find you can find you, right? So defining a brand identity. Brand identity is a word that means a lot of things to a lot of people. And for most business owners, especially small business owners, they feel like this big thing that's inaccessible to them. Once you start talking about brand identity, they are scared. They're like, no, I don't have money for designer. I don't have money for this. I don't have money for that. But what many of them don't understand is that your brand identity goes way beyond just the visual aspect of what you do, right? It's not just your logo. It's your social channel. It's your brand voice. It's your tone of voice. It's the way you speak and the way you interact with people. People always come away with something when they interact with the brand. And you want to make sure that that thing that they come away with is what you want them to come away with, as opposed to something that you've just stumbled into. You don't want people to interact with your Instagram, for example, as a fashion vendor, and then you tell people to, something that's very popular I see is, you tell people to send a DM for price, right? Many people don't like that because you are telling them to make one extra step before they take money out of their pockets to buy. So for many people, they come away with the impression that you are tedious. So even if they buy from you the first time, maybe because they really wanted that thing you were selling, they are not going to come back a second time because the tediousness of interacting with you will ensure that you try and find somebody that just puts their price in their caption or gives them an e-commerce website that they can just click on and get delivery same day or next day, right? So find your unique value proposition and make sure that that is front and center in all the channels that your customers interact with. And the second thing is make sure that your brand style is consistent, right? So if you want to communicate cheap and affordable, everywhere you talk about your brand, everywhere you present your brand, everything through which your brand is communicated should be cheap, right? You don't want to communicate as though you are I'm trying to find I don't think there are any cheap Nigerian fashion brands, right? I was really trying to find one. Well, you really don't want to give up, okrika today or thrift, right? Today. And then tomorrow you're giving, Deola Sagwe. It doesn't work, right? Because it will confuse people and people will pull away just because of the confusion, not because they don't like what you're selling, right? And make sure that you try to find your own unique value proposition and then communicate it consistently through your visuals, through your voice, through the way you interact, through the way you show yourself out there, right? Now, why is digital first so important and how does design help you tap into that importance of digital first, right? First of all, effective design, it grabs attention, right? You can't see orange and white today and not think of GTB in a Nigerian context, right? You just can't. In fact, you see orange in a different context and the first thing you're thinking is, oh, is that GTB? It's the same way you see yellow and black and the first thing you think of is Dampo, right? It just is effective design. Sometimes this design is curated purposefully, sometimes not so much. But the important thing is that if it's effective, it grabs attention. Now, effectiveness does not always mean pretty. It shouldn't mean ugly. But I don't want people to fall into, the confusion of thinking that, oh, it has to be pretty for it to be effective. No, that's a lie. No. It just needs to grab attention. It needs to communicate. People need to get what you are saying from what you look like, right? Your audience sees you. Your audience sees your brand. They don't even see you. Unless, of course, you center yourself at your brand, right? Some people choose to do that. But your audience sees your brand, and whatever perception that they take away from what they see, that's what they stick with. First impressions matter so much. And in today's digital world, again, because of how many things are vying for people's attention, you want to make sure that that first time they see you, they get the right impression and they go away with that right impression, right? And also, emotions are key. Buying decisions are always emotional, right? People don't buy with logic. People will guilt trip themselves or talk themselves into buying things they shouldn't just because they've connected with it emotionally, right? You could have 5 different pairs of socks, and then you see a 6th pair that has a picture of your favorite footballer or your favorite reality star, and it's maybe your regular socks cost 5,000 naira and this one costs 15,000, right? You will talk yourself into buying it, even though it doesn't make sense. You say, it's limited edition. They won't sell it again. Nobody else will have it. It must be worth the price, and you make that buying decision. If as a seller, you are able to consistently find and get that emotional connection with the people who interact with your brand, trust me, you're not going to struggle to sell or struggle for attention. And then a key start or a key point of note is the fact that the Nigerian market is mobile first, right? It's 5% of Nigerians who have internet access, who have what's it called now? Digital devices access the internet primarily through their mobile phones, right? So that adds another dimension to everything that you're doing, where you need to prioritize, even as you're going digital, you need to prioritize mobile. You don't want to create a banner that is this wide and it shows perfectly when it's open on the desktop. Once someone opens it on the phone, it only shows 2/3 of it or 1/3 of it. You've lost that guy because that guy doesn't want to start scrolling horizontally to find what you are saying, right? So it's extremely important that we take all these things into cognizance. Marketing fundamentals for design-led marketing are very simple. Be visual, be consistent, and center your customer. Make sure that in everything that you communicate, be very visual. Visual takes harder than words, right? In the world of 30, 40 years ago, it would have been easier to have, you do a road show, you make a lot of noise, you have a bunch of people who hit drums on the road and sing. People will remember that. That is also a way of visual storytelling. But in today's digital world, unfortunately, you don't have that much of a privilege. And even if you do, it's going to be very expensive. So as much as possible, be very visual, make sure you communicate. Communicate your USP, communicate how you sell, communicate what you sell, communicate when you sell, communicate why you sell what you sell, communicate why I should buy what you sell, right? And be very consistent in the way you communicate. Use the same font, use the same structure, use the same templates, use the same colors, so that if I see you randomly, I'm driving on the road and I see something, right, for 2 seconds or 3 split seconds, my mind tells me, oh, that's that person, that's that guy, right? So I might not see all the details, but I see just enough that it looks like it hits me that this person is very, and then I will go back when I'm settled to find out more details about that thing that I saw. And then most importantly, center your customer. I can't say this enough. Nigerian brands don't do this enough, and it stresses me. Many people think that they are the center of their brands. No, you're not. Your job is to serve your customer. Your customer should feel like a superstar every time they interact with your brand. Every time they send you a message that, oh, I want this, you answer them immediately. If you can't answer them immediately, when you answer them, acknowledge that, oh, I'm sorry, it took me a while to answer it, but here I am. If you buy something from me and there's a problem with it and they reach out for a return, if you can provide a return with 0 delivery costs, bites that loss, because you are securing them coming back the second time. If you have to charge the delivery cost, explain why you have to charge the delivery cost and make sure that they don't feel like they're shortchanged or they've been cheated. Extremely important that they feel like this person cares for me, this person understands me, this person is catering to me. You do that, and it's not enough to sell something to someone once. It's not a success to sell something to someone twice. If that person coming back every 3 to 6 months and getting that same thing from you, that's the fantastic success. You know what, even bigger success? If that person is coming to you and asking, okay, I know you don't sell this thing, but can you recommend or can you provide? Then you have secured that person's trust. That is the aim. And that will only happen when you've centered your customer in everything that you do as a brand, right? Finally, I'm just going to touch on actual specific tips, right? So choose the right platforms. Digital channels are important, right? It's not enough to just go on digital. Don't just go and set up a website and sit down and say, yeah, people start buying. No. Find the channels where your customers are, right? If you are a fashion brand, you want to go to where the people who like fashion are, and you want to put the things that sell fashion to them in front of them. Go to TikTok, go to Instagram, right? Create videos, show off your clothes. Then optimize your Google My Business listing. Not enough Nigerian businesses do this, and it stresses me, right? Please do your Google My Business listing, even if you don't have a walk-in store, right? We have a very low trust consumer environment. So people want to feel like there's someplace that I can go and hold your shirt to sell something fake to me. But don't think of it in those terms. Think of it in terms that people need to feel like you're a real person with real needs in a real location. When people know that, when people see that, people will patronize you, right? And then more than anything, this is understated. I always advise people to start their own community. Don't depend wholly on social media. We saw what happened to TikTok 2 weeks ago and how so many creators were crying in the US. They shut down TikTok, even though it was briefly. So many creators were crying that they've lost this much income, they've lost that much income. And that's primarily because they've not created their own owned platform or community, right? So if you have an audience on TikTok, Dr. Sampson mentioned, create an email list, right? Create a WhatsApp channel. Make sure that you have a place where you can funnel them to, where you now have control, at least some level of control over your daily interactions. And then you can even interact with them more, right? So you can, in fact, you give them a feeling of exclusivity. Say, okay, this is not going on social media, but I'm giving you this exclusive deals. I'm giving you this discount. I'm ensuring that you know the things that are going to come out before the social media people do. People will stay loyal to you because they feel special. And again, this feeds into centering your customer as the star of your brand, right? And I think this goes without saying, please be authentic in your storytelling. If you're a fashion designer and you're selling fashion to senators and whatnot, but you're working out of a corner shop in Ikorodu, right? It might sound contradictory if I say you should show where you're coming from. People be like, no, but people won't buy from me. But the truth is, in today's world, that it actually has the opposite effect. People then tend to lean into what you're doing more if they see that you're genuine, they see your journey, they see your behind the scenes, right? You tell people that, oh, well, I'm not importing these things from China. I'm going somewhere inside Aba. And then these are the guys, it's Sabinos and Ifeanyi that are creating these things for me. And I'm designing and working on it, and we're working on it together. It shows a genuineness and an authenticity that you will never get if all you're showing is this pretty things, right? And I'm a big fan of a lot of food creators on social media, Nigerian food creators, because they've mastered the art of showing, what they do. So they are food creators, they sell meals, right? You would think it's counterintuitive for them to now be showing off their recipes, because if I show my recipe to you, maybe you won't buy from me again, you're just gonna cook it yourself. But the truth is, what they are selling now is convenience, not just a meal. So they are showing you like, see, this is how to do it. This is how I do it, and it's great. It's really great when I do it. And then they are saying, you don't have to do it. You can just pay me to do it, and then it will show up in front of you tomorrow. That's how we should think about it. So show your journey. Don't be scared to show your behind the scenes. Don't be scared to show where you're coming from, because you are going somewhere, and the only way you can go somewhere is making money. And how do you make money? By attracting more customers. And these are the ways that you can attract more customers. Another thing to touch on is inclusive design. This is understated. This is the designer in me talking, right? inclusive design is very key. We forget that there are many people who interact with the things that we buy that don't have the privileges that we do. Not everyone can see, but many of them use social media. Not everyone can hear, but many of them watch Reels and watch TikToks. And if you're not putting captions on your videos, you've lost the entire audience. If you're not putting all text on your images, you've lost an entire audience that may be visually impaired, but still interact with the things that you're selling. And one key thing or one key way to think about it is that if you secure that audience, that's a niche audience, that's an audience that you won't have to compete with anyone with, right? You're a fashion designer and then you have 3,000 people who are visually impaired across Nigeria who buy from you because every time you post a picture, your alt text is very descriptive, showing off the color, showing off the pattern, showing off the design of the dress. They may not be able to see it as well as we or others who are not visually impaired are, but because you've put in that extra work, they will buy from you because no one else is doing it. And they won't go to any other person next time when they want to buy. So think of it in those terms and think of it as a way to access customer segments that no one else will be accessing. Now, I think my final key point, so I don't take up too much time, is measure.
Okay.
Measure like a crazy person. Track your social media stats. Track how much you're selling, what is making you the most money. And most importantly, don't abandon offline, right? Use offline as a ramp to online. Use your offline activities, capture a lot of leads from offline, and then translate it to online via storytelling, via offers that you can use to get them into your products and ensure that you can sell as often as you can. And finally, I'm just going to leave this on the screen as I conclude. It's a 30-day action plan. People who are watching the video can take a screenshot and try to do some of these activities. And hopefully, all of this yapping will ensure that there are people who can come away from watching this and make differences in their small businesses. Thank you very much. Yes.
Wow. Thank you so much. Oh my God, I kept taking notes and I was like, at this point, he's saying so many good stuff, so I don't even know where to start from. I like the modern entrepreneur you added to the topic. The DM for price example. Oh Lord, like that is such a hassle. Anytime I see that on social media, I'm like, one more step. I don't think I just get discouraged instantly from purchasing anything. And you also spoke about brand consistency, finding your unique value proposition, communicating it consistently. You said success is a customer coming back consistently. I was like, true. And then, yes, a lot of people want to feel secure when they buy from you. So the Google listing, the Google My Business listing is a valuable point. And the whole be authentic, God, you can say that over and over again. You know how we see a lot of these creators on social media who just, package and just like show where you're coming from. Be real. Like you don't have to lie that you climb bike to go to that resort. You can show that you actually climbed the bike, right? So thank you so much for sharing that. I would like to introduce Samuel Prince Owafor. He wasn't with us earlier. Are you still on the call with us? Oh, I think he's dropped off again. Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll go over to Alfred Jarikri. I love your name. Alfred.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alfred Jericho, like my host said. I'll just go ahead to share my screen. I am sharing from. Can you hear me? Okay. Give me a second while I try to share my screen. Wondering why it's a bit dramatic. Give me a second. Okay, so I need to grant. All right, give me a minute. I need to leave and come back in.
Okay, I think while he's getting his setup, we can go over to Okukwa Belongo so that we
All
don't
right.
have yours. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. We've had two very wonderful speakers. I'll try to take a different spin to it because they addressed almost everything, or kind of most of the things around the space. So I'll share my screen as well. Okay. Okay. I don't know if my screen is visible to all. Okay, great stuff. Okay, so basically we're discussing marketing for small businesses, and for many small businesses, marketing remains a challenge, right? Because of the constraints of small business owners. As a small business, you don't have all the money, you don't have all the manpower, you can't hire experts from Harvard yet, and you don't have all the know-how. You don't have systems already set. So it's a stage where small business owners need to be creative. They need to think really outside the box, because sometimes when we say outside the box, we still think just around the box. We need to really step out of the box, move very far from the box, so we can try things differently. So basically, marketing is about you telling people about what you do, how beautiful what you do is, how it can change their lives, and getting them to come to buy and patronize you. So I'll just be sharing I won't be sharing everything on my slide, but I'll just be sharing some nuggets I've learned over the years. So, okay, we'll be looking at marketing from three perspectives: content, community, and collaboration. So those are three C's that I really used, to grow my job mark even till today. So now talking about content, why I love content and I'll dwell on content is because content gives you leverage, right? Just like people can say that software can give you leverage, content can also give you leverage. You can do a good content today, and someone will call you next 3 years and tell you that, oh, I read something from you and it's quite interesting. Let's do business. I've seen posts that I actually produced 5, 6, 7 years ago, still getting me business. So for a small business owner, you have to understand that some activities that will take you an hour, 2 hours today can fetch you thousands or millions of naira over time. So those are areas I would advise small business owners to put in effort, energy. It may not appear immediate, but over time, the graph usually, if you plot the graph, is usually close to being horizontal, then it picks up. Now, talking about content, right? I'll look at it from an SEO perspective. It's okay to share your ideas. It's okay to share your thoughts and experiences around your industry or on topics around that space. But before you do that, you may take a step to look at what are people already searching for in my industry. So if you're a consulting person, so even if you can afford all those big tools that people use, SEMrush, Ahrefs, and so on, just go on Google, search for your keyword, right? See the people, maybe those related searches, people also search, people also asked, those segments to give you an idea of what people in this space are talking about. Let's say you're a vet, you're into you take care of dogs, pets, and so on. Just take a step, go online, find out even what people in Nigeria, what are they even talking about around dogs, around pets. Those things can actually guide your content. And also, you mustn't just focus on, okay, I'm doing dogs. My whole content has to be on dogs. right? They could also look for stories and discussions around that space that dog owners may love. So yes, it's okay to talk about, okay, breeds of dogs, how to take care of dogs. You can also talk about dog houses. You can also talk about some things that relate to that topic. Now, how you also go about your content depends on your market. I think Tommy was said something about that, choosing your content type. If you're doing something that's very graphic, then you have to first of all do videos first. So when you do videos, you can now turn them to text, improve them, then publish as article as well. So one thing I find very powerful about videos is that when you do a single video, you can generate lots of content from a single video. You can generate text content. You can generate, in fact, from a 60-minute video, you can get up to maybe 10 captions or 10 clips you can share on social media, right? So if you don't have all the resources and video, it looks like what will sell in your industry, by all means, make sure you do video, right? Then choosing content channel, we've talked about that already. Make sure you're where your customers are. Of course, we can't talk about this enough. Collect emails. Then this last point, a previous speaker talked about it, measuring results, understanding the goal. So this is where I see many small business owners struggle. The only result, sometimes they tell you that the only result I care about is money. How much people bought stuff from me, right? But that's not all about results. If as a business owner, you approach your campaigns from just that perspective, that you may not be getting the full picture. You have to understand, first of all, how many people saw the ad, how many people converted, what happened along the line. So even just to get an understanding of how things work. Right. So measuring results won't just be, okay, eventually we all want to make money, but we need to understand what happened along the line. In one of my slides, I'll also just quickly talk about CRO, conversion rate optimization, so we can just get the hang of it. So the next one is community, right? We've also looked at this. Now, it's important for people to build communities, online, offline. Sometimes communities start online and move over to offline, right? Sometimes when you're in a nature of business, you could have both. You could start off offline, then still have a bit of online engagement. But the major thing is have an ideology, have something that people would be passionate about. And the interesting thing about community is that it drives word of mouth. If you have a powerful community, you find out that people will sell your product or your service even more than you do. You just sit back, put out something, and everybody is sharing it. It feels like you're one chairman somewhere. Everybody wants to hear you talk. Everybody is interested in the topic in your community and so on. Now, moving over to the next is collaboration. This is an area where small businesses should spend some time looking at. Okay, so I don't have all the money to do this, to pay Mr. A for this service. How can we work together? Now, before you actually think of how can we work together, first of all, ask the question, what can I offer this person? Because sometimes I receive some emails with caption collaboration, and when I read the body of the email, I don't see any collaboration in it. I just see a request, with a vague offer, that may not actually be very relevant. So now you have to study, who do I want to collaborate with? Do we have a mutual audience? And how can we work together? Make sure that business people are busy as well. The person you want to reach is also a very busy person. Make sure you don't give a vague, we add value, I will add value to you in your email. What kind of value? As much as possible, if you have content, put it out, let the person get the message, so you can maybe book a meeting. Some people, due to the fact that they don't even have value, they will first of all want to book a meeting, to waste your time. So, but, it's very advisable to think this thing through, right, as much as possible. So when the person will ask you the question, what am I benefiting? What are you bringing to the table? You won't just speak English and move on. So now, let me look at a few things that I actually adopted and I still adopt. Number one, hack your growth. As a small business owner, you don't have to think straight, in quotes. So you have to think a bit abnormally. So I'll share one or two experiences in the past. So in the past, when we launched My Job Mag, we were like, how do we get these analytics to show 1,000 job seekers or 1,000 users, today? So when you have that kind of target, and you know that paying for ads on Facebook is not your first plan, right? Because you don't have all the dollars to spend. You have to think outside the box. And the first speaker talked about Naira Land. Now, how can you even use Naira Land? At that time, some people were dropping their phone numbers. I'm looking for a job. This is my phone number. People are interesting, I'll say. So when I come on Naira Land, I'm like, okay, these people are looking for jobs. And I'll open with their phone number. I'm not sure that, looking at where we are in anyway, in Nigeria, we don't have any legal laws saying that if someone drops my phone number online, that I can't reach out to you. So I quickly wrote a script that went through that thread, page 122. It was even up to 50 something or more. It collected all the phone numbers. We just did a bulk SMS to them. And almost instantly you could see a positive growth in traffic. And when you see that kind of positive growth, you feel good. You just gotta get some sugar and drink, and feel good about yourself. So we have to be very creative. Depending on what you do, maybe you're in a school environment, you could just print something on paper. Just put it there. It's not something that will attract IRS. It might not be something big. Don't wait till you're on Third Mainland Bridge on the billboard. Look for those small things that may not scale, that will get you your first 100, 1,000 customers. Then finally, watch out for these pitfalls that I usually see. Number one, not looking at data. Now, this is a very big topic that I would love to even have a whole hour to talk about. Some people look at data, but they look at it the wrong way. So it's like you're doing an ad on a place where people spend hours. They don't usually click to bounce out, and you expect people to click and bounce out. Let's say you're marketing a site or a landing page, and what you're measuring is how many people came to this landing page, and you're doing an advert on Instagram where people are used to just scrolling through and just checking maybe your Instagram handle, calling a number. Can you see that you may be looking at data, but looking at the wrong data or looking at it the wrong way? Right, so you need to understand the data you're looking at. You need to understand the platforms you're using. How does it work? So you set the right expectations and have the right execution plan, right? Then some people these days, recently we know what MVP means, minimum viable product. So people want to sell the smallest version of their product, right? But now the error I see these days is that people sell the smallest incomplete version of their product that cannot even fulfill a particular need that it's promising. So that's a complete waste of time. What's my definition of an MVP? Sell something that is complete, but let it be the minimum possible complete result that your user can get. Not maybe something is incomplete and you expect me to understand that, okay, this is an MVP that I'm selling. Now, don't ignore conversion rate optimization. And in fact, this is where I see lots of small business owners that do business online, right? This is where they get it wrong. Even when you spend $10,000 on ads or campaigns, and where you're taking them to is not designed and optimized, right, to get that customer to convert, the person will never convert. At the end of the day, you might blame your anybody or whatever. You say that Facebook is not working, LinkedIn is not working, but we don't look at ourselves first. We should look inwards. Is this page designed to sell? How many seconds did it take to load? Where is even the call to action? Who are the people I'm selling to? What is the headline? These are lots of issues that you have to look into to make sure that for every $1 you spend, you're getting your money back, you know. So so these are the things that over the years that we have adopted that helped us to grow. And it applies almost to every business out there. Look at how 100 customers, first 1,000 customers, build your community, build great content, collaborate, and make sure you watch out for the right data and make sure you optimize anything you're selling. So that's all from my end. I don't know if I spent more than 10 minutes. Yeah, but I hope.
It's good. Wow, thank you so much for sharing that. You know, when you said we should understand that some activities that we do now that takes us like an hour, it can fetch us plenty millions in future. I remember sometimes I watch, these YouTube videos and that they were created about 10 years ago and people didn't know they would trend now. Or some of these songs that we listen to now that were created in like 15 years, 20 years ago, and then they're trending now. It makes me like, I kind of relate because maybe when they were creating those stuff, they didn't think that in 20 years time they would grow. So thank you for sharing that. And you also said a robust offline community, that's what drives like mouth to mouth marketing. Yeah, that was really good. And unconventional marketing strategies, yes, so I agree with you, that was so unconventional, taking people's numbers. Yes, that was really good, that was really smart. Thank you for sharing. So now we'll go over to Alfred. Hey, like we're getting boost bats from everybody. Thank you everyone. Like I don't know what's Alfred. Alfred is going to just package everything and hits. So you have the floor now, Alfred.
All right, thank you very much. Please pardon my difficult the other time. Let me try to do this again. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, it was breaking earlier, but I think it's better now.
Is it moving?
Well, no, it's not. That's
okay. All right, great. So the session at hand is marketing strategies. All right, let me switch to another businesses. Quickly, I already shared about who I was earlier, so let's dive in. Two key things to talk about: the key challenges within the Nigerian SME market and the opportunities. Of course, a lot of Nigerian SMEs have challenges around budgets and resources. They have challenge around competition, especially with the time we are in with digital and all that. So everybody can be online. Every small business can go online, right? And then customers these days have become very diverse in their requests, preference and all that. Now, what are the opportunities? One of them is the fact that you can actually maximize online because of internet penetration and mobile device usage. And I really like the fact that the previous speaker Tomiwa shed more light on that. And then there is also a strong reliance on community and word of mouth in this part of the world especially. And then there is also growing acceptance for digital payments. Okay, before I continue, a quick question. As a business owner, which of these are you interested in? Having 100% of 100 or 20% of 1,000 or 30% of 10,000 or 40% of 100,000? Now, this is just food for thought. We can think about it and, answer that within ourselves. And I'm going to leave us with a quote, actually two quotes. The first one is, growth isn't just about control.
It is about scaling smartly, leveraging partnerships, and multiplying impact. The second one is your ideal customer buys your CTA. And what is your CTA? Competence, trust, and accountability. And Samira also mentioned things around this, and my job mag CEO also mentioned something around this. So let's dive in quickly. What I did was to bring together 9 proven strategies that Nigerian SMEs can utilize. And you can screenshot this. This is all 9 of them, and then I'll dive in quickly. The first one is WhatsApp marketing. WhatsApp is really powerful, and for those of us who are into business, you would realize that over time you would have grown a large WhatsApp contacts base. Now, how well you utilize that is where you begin to make some changes as a business owner or as an SME. You need to utilize your WhatsApp more often. One, why? Because it is widely used and it is direct and personal, right? So you can always customize, create broadcast lists, you can create groups, channels, and all the likes at no fee, really. Just have your data and you're able to do all of that on your WhatsApp. So utilizing your stories more, utilizing your status more will really help. 2 is optimize for search. Now, why? And that's because many Nigerians are always searching for something online. So be it social media, be it on Google search, be it your Google My Business page, ensure that you are findable on these platforms, right? And keep all your details consistent. All right. The next is customer service, delivering of exceptional customer service. Like I said in the quote earlier, people are buying your credibility, they are buying your trust, and they are buying your accountability. If you are serving customers, you must deliver exceptional service. And the reason for that is that word of mouth is so powerful in Nigeria. Now, there's a saying that when a customer has a great experience, they will tell one person, right? But when they have a bad experience, they are going to tell 10 people or more. So imagine if you give a very bad or a bad customer experience, they are going to tell as many people, because the next thing is when they hear someone trying to patronize you, what they are going to say is, don't patronize that person. No, they don't take care of their customers and the likes, and that happens a lot. So we need to be careful of that. Always go above and beyond for your customers. Now, I know some of you will laugh when seeing this slide, especially because of the first person on the left. With this, we're saying embrace local content. Now, Nigerians generally connect a lot with gists, with slangs, with vibes, with sound, with culture, with trends. So as an SME business owner, you need to be in the center of that. Not that you jump on everything, but you pick what is relevant to your business, right? If you're in the show and tell business, for instance, especially food, I remember one of the previous speakers talked about food. There's no way you will use this man's sound on your food that your video will not go viral, right? And then I also put here 2 types of businesses that are using local content to really drive engagement on their platforms. One is a foreign business called LC Sign. You can check them out on Instagram and on TikTok. And the other is a fashion business. Now, the CEO for this business is very creative, and he finds ways to just tell different stories within the fashion setup, right? And then this other person sells signages. I don't think they are not in Nigeria, quite all right. I think they are in US or China, but they found a way to make it work, and people are really trooping on their page, engaging them, purchasing from them. So embrace local content, and then see how you can, jump on relevant trends for your brand. And this one is very interesting. Offering of flexible payment plans. Now, because of the markets we operate in, for high ticket products or services, you don't expect people to just have the money lying, maybe in their account or in their homes or something. Sometimes people need to plan for even things they need. So what do you do as a business owner? You have to ensure that you can give opportunity for payment plans. Now, interestingly, there is technology that can help you do that, to just pick or take the value directly from the customer's account details, if you set up all of that, right? So this is three examples, or these are three examples of three different businesses offering payment plans. One is a real estate business, the other is a solar business, and this other one is a school and migration business. So if you offer a service or a product that is high ticket, look for an opportunity to infuse payment plans. Now, people that cannot buy immediately can pay in bits till they finally pay up, and then you can offer them the service, or send down the products that they paid for. Another thing to consider, which a previous speaker mentioned, is to utilize SMS marketing. SMS is very cheap. There are platforms like Temi and other bulk SMS solutions that can help you send bulk SMS to your customers. All right. And the next is with ads. Now, this is where I'm going to spend some time here. And the reason is that a lot of Nigerian businesses just think that once they start, this week, the very next week, they are running ads. Yes, while that may work for some, it may not work for most. And the reason is that you have to build the credibility, you have to build the trust and accountability over time. People don't just trust you because you are running ads. No, they have to trust you over time. Time is very important to the Nigerian audience. So they check you, check who is following you, check who is interacting with you. They check your testimonials. They check everything just before they make that decision. So don't be in a hurry to just run ads. Start small and then pick what works. So for some businesses, if you're in the show and tell business, definitely you want to do Instagram ads. If you are and Facebook ads. If you are doing something more different, maybe B2B, you want to leverage more on LinkedIn and all other avenues. So know what works for your business and start small. Once you have gotten it right, you can scale up from there. Some platforms allow you to go as low as 5K a day, 2K a day, depending on what you really want to, what your objectives are. And the next is partnering with smaller influencers. Now, I put influencers in inverted commas, because these days, if you go online, everybody's an influencer. Provided I can, get ring lights, get camera, create content, I can easily call myself an influencer. However, as a business owner, you need to first of all understand what your audience is and be certain that the audience of this so-called influencer syncs with your own audience, right? And once you are sure of that, you can go ahead to work out a relationship with the influencer in question. Now, for small businesses, you may want to focus more on creators, lifestyle creators, who are not just looking at how to post your content and go, but they are looking at how to add value in terms of creating experiences around your products. So that's why I said smaller influencers. The big guys don't really have that time, or rather would do that for bigger brands. So if you're a small brand, don't waste your time trying to convince the big guys to, work with you. Get the smaller guys who can come down to your business, especially if you're in a show and tell business, fashion, eatery, spa, makeup, all these businesses that you have to show evidence, right? Real estate, get them to come down to your business, work with them, create a relationship with them. Don't turn them to just, a medium where you would just post your content and go. No, let collaborate. Ensure that you are able to co-create with them. All right. And this will always yield, big results. The next is to consider is attending of local events. Now, local events have like a superpower to businesses that know, right? So you have events within your community. Attend those events, display your goods, display your products, offer your services. Let people around you know that you exist and this is what you do. They will be the ones to end up sharing your information out there. I think my job bag CEO also mentioned something like that. Now, I would now talk about tools. In everything you do as a business owner that is just starting out, know how to use these tools. ChatGPT is accessible to everyone, and you can use it to create content, right? And it can create direction for you, for your business and all that. It's a very powerful tool if you understand how to use it, right? And then there's Canva. Canva helps you to do as many designs as possible that you want to do for your business. And then there is CapCut. With CapCut, you can, all those videos you have shot, you can bring them together, collapse them together into CapCut, and create interesting videos from there. Thank you very much for listening. I hope I've been able to impact you.
Oh, you did justice to the topic. Thank you so much, Alfred. I mean, when you said customer service is key and people remember experiences, I added it and I said, people will always remember how you made them feel, right? So that is what people will go with. That's how they'll just keep remembering how they felt. So customer service is really key for small businesses. And the LC sign guy, God, I see him everywhere.
Yeah.
I see him everywhere. And I'm so hooked on, their page. Like, I think I follow them. I'm not sure because I see them everywhere. Like, I just scroll and I see and I watch. Like, I don't skip. I watch everyone. So, yes, that's also a very, hopping on these trends and using certain audios for your marketing strategies. I like that. And the payment plan, of course, Nigerian economy, a lot of people now rely on payment plans to be able to afford some certain things. And then, yeah, I think that's what I really took out from what you said. Thank you to all our speakers. You all gave like very brilliant presentations. Thank you for sharing your insights, experiences that are very relatable. That's one thing I really like about this. It's very relatable. People can pick and localize it. Yeah, they're not superficial things that you're talking that people cannot relate. And the depth of knowledge that you've brought to this discussion, and then the practical strategies that people can implement is also very good. But then I also want to ask some specific questions. And I would like to start with Tomiwa. I just have 2 questions for each of you. Before then, we give an opportunity to our listeners to send in questions if they would like to ask any questions to any one of you. I would like to ask Mr. Tomiwa, please. So you successfully built ventures like Early Bean and Mula. What lessons can small business owners learn from your experience when developing a marketing strategy for a new product or service? If you would like me to repeat the question, just let me know.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I'm still in the thick of it, so my answer is at the tip of my tongue. So I think the number one answer will be founders shouldn't be too scared of starting small, right? And the reason that is my number one tip is that, so when we start a business, we usually start businesses based on assumptions, right? We have a problem or a pain point, or someone in our lives has a problem or a pain point, or we observe someone else with a problem or a pain point, and then we assume that there's a market there, there's a solution. So we create a solution, and then we go to those people, and then we sell it to them. But in truth, many of the times, those assumptions, when they collide with the market, they don't always hold true. Sometimes they do, but many of the times they don't. So I always tell founders that don't wait until you have designed something perfect, right? Something complete. I believe there was a good word that talked about, founders creating something, and it may not, they may promise 5 things, and the thing that they've created can only cater to one of those things. Don't stop. Don't say, okay, I want it to be able to cater to all those 5 things. Go ahead, put it out live, and then let people complain. If people take the time to complain to you about something that your product cannot do, that means you're on the right track. That means you're solving the key problem, right? But if people interact with it and you just keep it pushing, then, I don't want to say you're wasting your time, but you just need to go about it a different way. So test your assumptions very quickly. Then not just test your assumptions, of course, measure. I will keep saying measure. Understand what works, understand what doesn't work. Double down on the stuff that works. Discard the thing that doesn't work. No matter how, it could be that is your passion. You've carried that passion since you were a child, right? And then you go to market and it doesn't work. People don't interact with it. People don't like it. People don't want it. Please discard it. Maybe don't discard it. Keep it to one side. Focus on the stuff that works. When you are making money from the stuff that works, then you can go and carry out your passion and arrange it again, please. So test very quickly. Don't be afraid to start more. Test very quickly, measure, and refine.
Okay, thank you so much. Wow, that's really good. Okay, I have additional questions for you. I really want to learn from you today. So data and analytics, can be very daunting for small businesses, right? Sounds really complicated for a lot of small businesses. But how can they use data effectively to refine their marketing strategies and then improve their customer engagement?
I think the simple answer is use what already exists. If you are on any social media platform, they have analytics built into them. So your job is just on a periodic basis. You don't need to have any specialized knowledge. You just need to understand what is most important to you, right? And what is most important to you varies from brand to brand. For some brands, engagement rate is key. Some brands, it's just paid like that will mean they are making money. For some brands, it means they need comments, or they need active engagement, they need DMs and whatnot, right? I'm not going to assume this is the most important stat or this is the most important analytics to track. But your job is to use those tools that already exist. Instagram has its own analytics. Facebook has its analytics. If you have a website, you should definitely have Google Analytics installed in it. Twitter has its own analytics. And then if you're selling in a physical store, you should absolutely be tracking your sales on a day-by-day basis on Excel, right? Track your sales, put in what time those sales are made and whatnot. And then your job now is at the end of the week or at the end of the month, now look and say, okay, what days of the week do people buy the most? What products do people buy the most of all the products I sell? What time of the day do I sell the most, right? On your social media, you can then look and see, okay, when did my page views increase or spike? If you can draw a straight line between, it's increased or spiked on January 22, and then I sold 3 million worth of inventory on January 22, then you know that there's a correlation there. And whatever it is you did on January 22, just do it again and again and again. All right? So use the tools that already exist and be smart in figuring out what your high value stat is, and then just draw insights from it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing. I would also like to ask Dr. Samson Olatunde. Okay, I would like to ask, what are common mistakes? What common mistakes do small businesses make in their marketing?
Okay, I think number one is trying to sell multiple products at the same time. I think many of us were guilty of that. Starting off where you just want to see how you can create multiple streams by trying to sell multiple products. Like what you do indirectly is that you create more confusion, to your audience out there. So one of the things you can do is just pick one or two products and then zero your conversations and marketing on it. Number two, trying to outsource your marketing to another person. You are the number one. You should be the number one ambassador for the marketing of your product and services. I mean, it's good to outsource, but in starting, you should get involved, right? Make sure that you get all of the avenues to be able to push that product and services out, because that gives you like an exposure to, just like we're talking about data and all of that. It gives you an idea of what is the feedback system about what you're trying to promote out there, which is your product and services. How often do you have people willing to come back to buy from you, and all of that. Number three is you trying to be greedy. I mean, you're trying to be greedy by not introducing, for instance, an affiliate marketing. What stops you from saying to your database or your list that if you bring in someone, I give you a percentage, right? Because you also want to increase your revenue, you want to increase your profit. So you are greedy when you just want to be the only one to market, where you can collaborate with your existing customers and give them a discount so that they can become your own ambassadors or your marketing managers out there to be able to push what you're doing. Number four is you trying to compete. I mean, I see many small business trying to look at what is happening in the marketplace, and then all you want to do is just that you just want to outshine that person. No. Why not look at what the person is not doing right and then get the person into collaboration, right? Because in doing that, you will tap into the market of that person. The person will tap into your market. It's a win-win. I mean, because you are a small business, one of the things you can leverage on is to look at people in your field and try to partner with them. In trying to partner with them, you create an exposure for yourself, and at the same time, you create an exposure for the product or services or what you're trying to also do, which is your own brand. So it's like a win-win game. Last that I should give should be you trying to want to just be a solo marketer, right? You don't want to leverage on other people's platform. I mean, there are communities out there. One of our speakers talks about you leveraging on offline marketing. So you have different avenues by which you can also synergize, because somebody that has the same kind of mandate with you, see how you can take advantage of existing communities. So if you just want to play solo, what that means is that you would make money, but you won't make as much as you should make, right? Because the essence of you even trying to leverage on the Facebook ad, Instagram ad is because they are existing platform, and what you're indirectly doing, if you don't know, is that for small business, you are collaborating, because without that platform, you won't be able to also take advantage of that platform to use your ad to be able to reach more people to see what you're selling out there. So don't go solo. Think about collaborating as against competing with people. Think about leveraging on different communities aside the one that you have, right? And don't ever outsource your marketing when you're starting. I mean, get involved, be the number one ambassador to it, and with that, you are able to scale your marketing strategy to make more money for yourself.
Okay, I was going to ask a following question, which is a controversial question, but you said it already. I was going to ask, how can or should small businesses compete with larger companies in marketing? But you've already said nada. But you can still, it's very controversial, right?
So you don't have the budget, you don't have the resources that the big companies has, right? They can afford to go on a billboard, go brand all the BLTs and all of that. You don't have that money. So instead of you trying to compete or trying to say you want to edge because you're starting, you want to show that you're powerful, you can just think, right? Just one strategy from the big company can just sink you. Now imagine them giving 70% that you can never give in your business. Then you're out of business. So the wisdom there is, why not bring the authority, the people that are known in their industry? Why not think about an IG Live? Why not think about a webinar like this and bring those authority into your own, to your own platform, and you be the moderator, talk about certain things. You can be a moderator and sell more than what the people are saying. They are giving the highlights, and you are indirectly talking about why you guys have this product and why you brought the S factor authority and why. So you are plus or minus, or not even minus. Plus is that you would get more exposure to your brand. It would be like an endorsement of those people coming on your platform to probably do a webinar or an IG Live and all of that. It will give you an edge because people will now trust your brand to want to buy. One of our speakers talks about the fact that you have to use your CTA very well. These are strategy by which you can edge against not competing but collaborating with the existing brand because you don't have their budget, but you can use your small budget to leverage on what they have already for your own advantage.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Okay, I'd like to ask Alfred. We'd like to hear your thoughts. What can small businesses do, to retain loyal customers, right? What are those strategies? What works best for retaining loyal customers?
That's an interesting question. So, can you hear me?
Loyal. So how can you get them to continue to be loyal?
So, I believe that as a small business, one of the things I said earlier was credibility, trust, and accountability, right? So, if you want them to stay loyal, you have to show that you are innovative. I think innovation will drive loyalty, right? If you are a small business, it's not just enough to keep offering service or keep requesting that they can purchase this service from you and all that, or purchase this product for you. You need to take them on that journey to see how innovative you are, and that's what makes a fashion designer in Ikorodu still compete and have customers in the US, right? It's not just because your work is really good, but it's because you are showing different ways, you are showing what they may not likely see out there, right? And that's for customers that have the money is very important. So they need to always see that, oh, okay, this person is not just sewing top and, or should I say senator, for instance. They are adding maybe the cap to it. They are adding some beads to it. They are including maybe footwear to their package. So these things help you stand out. So that's where innovation comes in.
All right. Thank you so much. I'd also like to ask you, right? I have one question, but relating to AI, all this, the buzz has been there for a very long time, right? But then how does it affect small business marketing? Because we all hear about the positives, but I'm sure some people might want to know how can it affect small business marketing?
Okay. Interesting. I would say, first of all, with using AI for marketing, right? There are some nuances you have to be careful of, and this is what I mean. So when you use AI to, for instance, create caption, can you hear me? When you use AI, for instance, to create a caption for your social media, and you do not remove the emojis, for instance, right? People know it is AI. But guess what? I would, in my own books, I'll say it's still better than not posting anything, right? But if you are looking at how it could affect small businesses, yes, some intelligent customers can look and see that, no, this is AI. This person may not know what they are saying, Jerry. They are going to get exposed somewhere, right? They want to see your expertise. Now, for some other businesses, you may end up seeing that businesses within your niche end up using the same caption, right? Because it is AI, right? So that is an issue. So if you want ways to handle that, will be that you yourself using AI have to be very smart in getting it to do what you want it to do for you. So it's not just about saying, I am selling this, do a caption for social media. No, you may want to be as detailed as possible and, get the AI to be as creative as possible in, giving you a response. That way you don't look like you just copy and pasted, right? You may end up looking more serious than the people who just copied something somewhere and pasted it. So that's my take on it.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm learning a lot. It's not easy to be a small business owner. It's a lot. I think I've not asked Okuku Abialong. No, you have a few questions. Yes. I mean, people talk about storytelling all the time. Like, it's like everywhere you go, storytelling, storytelling, storytelling. But we would like to know, I would like to know, and I'm sure our viewers would like to know, how can they use this storytelling? And what is even this storytelling to enhance their marketing efforts?
Okay, so what excites people or what they can remember, just like you said the other time, people remember how you make them feel, right? So, and stories evoke emotions, right? And people would always definitely remember an emotion. So when you tell stories as a small business owner, it makes someone feel some kind of way about your business. It could be happiness. It could be wow, like, wow, this is really good. There's that thing it evokes that just a regular buy now button will not do. Right. And I think it also aligns with being authentic. For you to be authentic, you have to tell a story. So using the exact example the last person Tomiwa talked about as well, for you to talk about sell to someone in Ikeja GRA from Ikorodu, you have to tell your story. And your story needs to be the best kind of stories are stories that are true. That's your story, that's your experience. When you talk about them, people could feel the passion in it, even though some people learn how to tell stories that are untrue. And over time, they repeat it 100 times. They become passionate about it. But as much as possible, let it be original, right? Let people resonate with it. You might even, that person that you're selling to in Ikeja GRA may even have the same background, the same history. Maybe the person could have even come from Ikorodu or somewhere worse than Ikorodu. And the person can relate, wow, this guy is really doing a lot. That means that one day the person will also be in Ikeja GRA. It brings something that people can relate to, and also it helps in building communities. You can't build a community without a story. That story is what will stick in people's heads. That story is what will attract the people you want to attract. So I think storytelling is something that business owners, big, small, but especially small business owners should make part of their marketing efforts. So.
Okay, thank you. So the last question I have here is on social media, right? A lot of people, they hop on all the platforms, right? Or they just focus on one platform. So can you just share tips on how to use, social media to drive sales? Should small business owners be on all the platforms? Or should there be, what can you shed more light on concerning social media?
Okay, so should you be on all the platforms? Number one, I would recommend you create your account on all the platforms, so someone will not steal your handle, first of all.
Okay, smart one.
Yeah, so where you now channel your energy now depends on your business and what you do, right? And also, it's also very important not to assume too early. that your customers are not in a particular platform, right? However, for some businesses, it may be obvious that most of or the bulk of your customers will be in a certain place. So if you're discussing career, human resources, and all, and you're not on LinkedIn, you're joking. If you're doing modeling and you're not on TikTok and Instagram, you're joking, right? It doesn't mean that you cannot create a page on LinkedIn and still have some content there, because at a certain point it may still be required. Maybe you're hiring tomorrow and the person you're hiring may check you up on LinkedIn first. So you might think that you're doing the person you're hiring a favor, but on the contrary, it's not always that way for small businesses. You know, the people that agree to work with you actually believe your story, and that's why they are working with you. So first of all, understand your business, know where you must be, but make sure you have your handle everywhere first. Then when you've started that place where you must be, try out other platforms. You know, see how it goes, see how it works, right? Before you now settle and say that this is the best place for my business. So that's where the experimentation, analytics, that's where it actually comes in, right? But for some of the brands, of course, it's just a no-brainer to be in some places first, right? But please don't, even if you don't think you're doing anything on Instagram, please collect your handle, collect your page. Someone may create it tomorrow and start doing stuff you're doing, and it may not look like a big deal now because you're small, but you plan to grow. 5 years down the line, you may need it. And also, in addition to the social media, collect your domain, even if you don't have a website, and make sure you have all your assets together. So those are my thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you for sharing. I think I agree with you concerning creating just create the accounts, even if, because there was a time I think someone that I know, and she struggled to create, to get the specific name she wanted, because everywhere they had created, and then the people were asking her to pay.
Because she's not a brand. So you have to pay.
Money to get something that you practically did. Oh my God, it's a crazy world out there for small business owners, right? And our hope is that they are able to use the strategies we've discussed, the insights and the knowledge to be able to scale up, because the competition is really high and there are 1,000 people doing the same thing you're doing, right? All right, thank you so much. I want to know if we have questions from our viewers, but I think we have none. And yes, we have none. So that concludes. I think we're right on time, right? It's been my truth. It's not easy. Thank you to every one of you for tuning in and sharing with us, taking out time from your busy schedule and sharing your knowledge with small business owners. We really appreciate your effort. Thank you. So till we meet some other time, I'm Lubaba Abubakar. Okay, thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Shosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
So I'm Sam Abu. I'm the country senior partner for PwC Nigeria and the regional senior partner for PwC West Market, which is West Africa.
The event has just been wrapped up and it was really, really insightful. I want to know, aside from like my own personal experience, what was the reason why this roundtable was so important to hold?
This forum, these kind of sessions provide us an opportunity to have very important conversations about the direction of the country. There are a number of business leaders in the room today, as you saw. And the one thing that business leaders are contending with is how to navigate the complexities of operating in the kind of global economic environment that we are into. So these conversations or these sessions enable us to share perspectives and insights and information about how the strategies to deploy in running our businesses. But I think it's also very important in shaping the conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I'll say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world, inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was that it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good.
Yeah.
It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview.